for example, I noticed one thing that is very common. It's either people don't want to think, or it's just maybe culture. That you see somebody, maybe the person opens a business and is selling granola, and is moving. Maybe on that street. Let's just use the street as an example. The next thing, I'm telling you, 3 or 4. You understand? You don't say granite. Is granite the only thing? It's not. But that's us. You understand? It worked for Lagbaja. Somebody's child, you understand? This family is playing football. The next thing, all you have to be like, my child, you're going to play football. You say, can you see this person? It doesn't occur to you that your child has a unique talent, unique personality, unique everything. But because we always have to do what the next person does. I think it's something that for us as individuals we should end, and we should pay attention to the fact that we have certain skills that can make us stand out, and look for even more intentional ways. Like for us in our studio, we know, okay, yes, we do stop motion. You understand? Stop motion in itself is already very unique. It already draws attention as well. But we're still looking for ways to ensure that we are more unique. More uniqueness makes us stand out, not just in Nigeria or in Africa, but in the world. You understand? We want to be able to do the stuff that they've not done before. But for us to get that point, we need to just keep streamlining and perfecting. And so let me just go to this so that I don't take too much time on stories, but stories are also important. Is that last year we created this Armature. It had been a while coming. Okay, yes, I think we are new. It had been a while coming. And it was important if we were going to move forward. We didn't know that we would be able to make it. In the last, in 2022 was the first time we made a puppet from scratch. That means before then, we had been using dolls for our stop motion. I remember mentioning yesterday that my first experience with stop motion was with toys. You understand? So I did that for about, I don't know, maybe 6 years, something like that. Where I used toys. So my first film, second film, third film, were all done with already existing toys. It's just that now, what I now did was that I kept manipulating them. So in the first one, I just used it as it was. In the second one, I started creating alterations to the toy. So even the toy seller would probably not identify his own toy again. By the third one, you could almost not tell. I did acrylic work on it. You understand? In terms of the design of the toy, so you probably not tell it's the one anymore. You understand? On the hair, everything, and then of course I did. So I went to the tailor, and then we sewed styles. I went to the internet, chose nice African styles with African prints. And tailor did a good job. For the character. So the character, and then he did a few clothes changes, I think 3 or 4, in the film. The film itself was short, it was 3 minutes and 24 seconds, yes, I remember. And, but that 3 minutes and 24 seconds, I think has been very instrumental in changing my life, I would say. You understand? Because even though it was made with a doll that I had customized and stuff like that, because it carried our story, and our music and all of that, it was able to, move around. And then, I also noticed something interesting about stop motion. Stop motion projects or films, when you make a film, probably after a year, there's what they call a film's life cycle. So after a year or 2, you understand, you know what to do. You understand, it sort of becomes part of the archive of something you have done. But not stop motion. You understand, I get a call like, hello, you saw your film, you did it in 2021, please would like to change that request. You understand? And you ask me to send that from you understand, so that they can see. Who is that? Sorry. college hall. I'm confirmed from the students. It's college hall. Where are you?
Yeah, you have to wash it and Bullshit is the fastest way. From bullshit, you just yes. That's a bullshit. No, most of all students know where the bursary is now. You don't go there, but
Sorry, I have to attend to the call. She's our guest today. She's the group head of SME banking. About 10 months. So that's like high up there. So all these kind of connections that you need, you always need. So, and like I said, you know, many times in advancing whatever it is that we're doing, it's not just about the stuff you're doing. You understand? It's also the connections that you're also able to have. And then also, it also borders on things like character. You understand? Because, like, in many experiences I've had, you know, many people I work with, I've known them for like 5 years. I've had relationships with them for like maybe 8 years. You know, and so in all of these years, they get to trust you more. You understand? It also helps you to be able to get support, funding, if you have something, an idea you have. You understand? Every relationship you have now, relationships with your peers that you're able to keep properly, in a sense, these are the resources that God gives you that you don't know. You understand? Resources come in human form. So if you treat everybody around you like a competitor, it's a problem in the long run. Because in the long run, you understand, they might just be the people that will bail you out at times when you will not be expecting. So every relationship, you understand, don't ever take people for granted. You understand the fact that they give you free access into their lives, you know, or opportunity to flow with you does not mean that you should disrespect it. You need to intentionally, no matter how familiar you are with somebody, you understand, don't let familiarity bring contempt. It's very important because it helps. You understand? Some people will say that they have all these skills, they work hard and they are not moving forward. Sometimes character is what is working against them. You understand? So don't say that because some other people around you are shouting, and so you have to. I think it's a very wrong approach. Like, you understand? At the end of the day, wherever you're going to, you know, and so it's crucially important. Sorry, let me go. We're just waiting for that, you know. But let's keep moving. So for us, the aluminium, you know, was what we used to make our puppets. You know, and honestly, it's been something of pride because we now moved from using dolls that already existed. Note that the dolls don't have originality. You understand? Because somebody had already made it. Now, but you see, the puppets we made, they weren't perfect. As the ones we made in 2022, weren't perfect. But guess what? It was us that made it from scratch. These were the bones that was inside the puppet. So this was what helped us, you know, to animate. Aluminium, like Georgina said yesterday, is a dead metal. So everything you do to it stays. Everything. Can I get something to cut it so that I can give everybody a piece of aluminium? So that you can interact with it. Is there anything to cut? Because, like, you see what's happening. I know that if I keep bending like this, it will cut. It will break, sorry. You know, this, the idea, I'm trying to keep it in one spot. You see that? Okay, thank you. Right. Okay, let me take you. Like this one. This plier is different. There's something that I just want to explain. Okay, can you do the rest of the sharing for me? Let me keep it. Let me keep it. Okay, help me share. Thanks. Okay, so I'm not bringing these armatures so that you would say aluminium is not good. This aluminium wire is amazing. You understand? Because it's the one that, depending on the gauge, so this is probably roughly about 3 mm, yes. It's about 3 mm thickness in diameter. Now, so it's a much stronger one. Then we have lighter ones and we have thicker ones. So now, so now so when we bend it, you know, this becomes what helps us to animate. So if, for example, I want to move from here to here, you know, it's that bits and bits of movement that it's my animation. So as I move and I take a picture, I move and I take a picture, I move, I take a picture, move and take a picture. Now the power of this is that when I now wrap whatever it is around it, whether it's clay, it's fabric, it's foam, it's silicone, which is my favorite, or felt, whatever material it is. What material is on it, and then I bend it. You know, so if we imagine that this is somebody's elbow, do you understand? So this tells you that this is the upper arm, this is where the biceps will be, you understand, that this is the lower arm. So if, for example, this person happened to be, you know, to have that, let's say 5 kg weight, and is having to bend it. So this is my elbow, and then the hand sort of moves up, and then goes down. You know, so in my animation, I'm imagining that this is the hand of the character. You understand? And then he's having to do that. You know, so I would, depending on how fast I want it to move, because now I'm talking about timing and spacing a little bit. You know, so you move a little, you understand, and then you take the picture again. You move a little, you take a picture again. Now this takes me to my very first animation principle that I'm going to explain today. It's called anticipation. If you've ever done animation, the first animation principle that you take note of is anticipation. Now anticipation tells you that before you move in one direction, you need to move in the other direction a little bit before you move. So, but if your movement in this direction is big, you understand, you have to move big in the other. In other words, you anticipate for every action. So if somebody, you want to punch somebody, for example, and you do like this, the person does a big punch. You understand? But you want to punch somebody and your hand is just like this. No more. You understand? But the more hand is really back. So this is the anticipation. You understand? It's a very important principle of animation. Every movement requires an opposite movement, you understand, that shows that is, well, you could almost say equally an opposite, you understand, to that movement, to be able to, to make that movement realistic and effective. You know, so for that elbow, before I continue to move on, you know, if I'm going to do that, you understand, you see that I go down first because I need to pick up energy, and then I come back. So down first. A little bit, it's always very little. Stop motion movements are very small. You know, we've talked about it, we can't overemphasize, it takes time, you understand, but it has a lot of value. So we put it up a bit now when we start going up, and then a bit, and a bit, and a bit, you know, and a bit. So in essence, you can see that aluminium is doing the job. Aluminium always delivers. The problem is that you can't go far with it, because at some point, you'll break. So all the effort that you have made on your puppet, no matter how beautiful it is, if it's aluminium that's inside, it will break. And then, let's say it breaks maybe into about 1 minute into your piece, or 30 seconds if you really manage it well. That's it. You have to now go and fix it again. You understand? What people do to make up for that is that they make several puppets. So you can make maybe like 20 of it. You understand? If considering that what that project will be in your life eventually, it's worth it. You understand? But why not look for something that makes it better? You know? So the option now comes that, okay, should you buy one? You know, which is the natural option. That was the option for me. When I tried to buy it, I said it was expensive. It was really expensive. You understand? So it's not something that you say, okay, in my film, I'm having 10 characters. You understand? Like they go and buy 10 of it. Probably the entire budget of your film, you know, has already gone on Armature. You've not created any puppets. You've not created sets, nothing like that. So it's expensive. You know, if you want to go for the relatively cheap ones, I think they have probably about 100,000 naira. They don't have all the features, and maybe not all the sweetness like this. You know, but then maybe 100,000 naira. So spending it across 10 characters, it means that you've already spent the million. It doesn't have hands, it doesn't have head, it doesn't have anything, just like this. You understand? But if you really get a good one, you can get a good one for like 500, 300,000. You understand? Decent. Not awesome, but decent. You know, 1 million plus. Maybe it's depending on the features. You understand? So they're really expensive. So it's not the most practical thing if you're just starting. So they don't even advise you. When I remember when I first had original conversations with folks in Shadow Machine, some of the guys that you spoke yesterday, I will speak today. You understand? They didn't think that we would have technology like this. You understand? You told them, we have our own phone and socket that we made. You understand? How many times we look at this and think that it was made in Nigeria? You understand? We made it in our studio from scratch. As in, we bought all the materials from audio engineering and relay, as in, like, with pride. You understand? That we bought it here. You understand? And we used it to make this. You understand? We went through the process, we went to use precision to make it. So everything that is here is properly measured. If it's not measured, it will not work. You understand? So we didn't say that we will manage it like that through the process. There was no, you know that thing that when you're buying clothes, you understand, maybe okay clothes, and then you see one place that store, and the person tells you that it's okay, you can manage it like that. We did not manage it like that. We made sure that we followed international principles that make something standard. So it doesn't have, like, you understand, it's in Nigeria, so it's inferior. It's not. You understand? This is as superior as can be. Sorry. As superior as can be. And so with this, you understand, lest I sit down and I celebrate, okay, yes, we have brass, we have stainless steel, as in, like, we made it with superior material, so that in 5 years it will not degrade. So you can make it with use film after film, after film, after film, you know. But most importantly, it solves the problem of this. So it doesn't have to break. Now we make it, you see the sizes that the chair also is a bit smaller. You understand? So you can also make smaller pockets, you can make bigger pockets, you can even make it bigger. Now the beautiful thing is that because we make it ourselves, we can make it into any other form. So it doesn't have to be a human being. You understand? It can be a dinosaur for all you know. You understand? It can be something monstrous. You understand? It can be anything else. It can be an animal. You know, it can be a dog, it can be a cat, it can be anything. We just make it in those forms and then we animate. And that's how our stories come to life. You know, and so this empowers us. We can now do series. Oh yes, we look forward to that. To be able to do children's series, preschool. You know how much we do not have children channels in Nigeria. Our children always have to watch Cartoon Network, Jim Jam, CBB, Disney Junior. You understand? That's what they watch. If you can just name one Nigerian children channel, you understand? I think it's gross disrespect for our children. It's a complete disregard of the next generation. That we do not have content, you understand, or channel that has content for our children from Africa. You understand? Or from Nigeria. You understand? But we want to change that. You understand? And so we have to do it step by step, foundationally. You understand? So we are starting from where it starts from. The structure, because if you want children to like a particular character, the character needs to look good. And then the character needs to stand the test of time. You understand? And so we put all of these structures in place. And not just that, we're also already working on the merchandise side. Because we know that when children like characters, what do they want now? They want this handbag, this school bag, and the toys that they can get in the supermarket. So we always have to do all the surround to ensure that at the end of the day, you understand, something that is grossly missing in our environment, we can fill that gap. And it's so essential because it's also going to affect culture. That's why many children nowadays, you know, they see our own culture as inferior. You understand? And see foreign cultures and foreign nuances and foreign ways of saying things as what is, you know, the in thing. And it should not be so. It needs to change. You understand? And it's really, for us to be able to change this narrative, it's really up to us. You understand? It's not going to be done for us. I don't like it when I see that foreign people or whites are the one telling our stories for us. It always has this sort of distortion to it. Because whoever is telling the story, you understand, that story has because it's some perspective that will paint on it, that will be painted on it. So if, for example, somebody tells your story for you, for example, your story is not going to sound like your story from you. It's going to sound like your story from that person. And so it's enough that people tell our stories for us, and that we need to tell our stories ourselves. And it starts from fundamentals like this. You know, and it's as simple. I'm really trying to break it down simple. You understand? So if it's aluminum wire that you have, you can tell stories with it. You understand? Whether it's children's stories, whether you're not too fascinated by children's stories and you want to do something else, it's fine. You know, but as much as possible, if it's something that you're eager about, I believe that. And don't think that maybe because you're not in a course that is maybe engineering-like or it's arts-like that you can't do it. You understand? It has nothing to do with that. It just has to do with a personal interest, personal passion, personal resilience. So, that being said, these are the amateurs. The amateurs are going to go around to this place shopping, you know, and then we're going to try out, you know, some of the movement. But first things first, I would really like us to be able to experience the amateur, see what it's like to bend it. You understand? So now, I hope you guys can see. You understand? I just want to quickly explain something. Now, the amateur has joints like we do. You understand? It has joints. So unlike the aluminum wire that you're the one that kind of finds a figure out where the joint is. You understand? Or you put something to restrict it. For this amateur, we've already put existing joints. And the joint we use is a ball and socket. You understand? So we have two balls, you understand, balanced within a brass. That's two stainless steel balls, balanced between a brass socket. So the socket creates the balance. So you would see that you can bend, you understand, the ball in any direction. Now, note, this principle applies to some of the joints in our body. You understand? If you know, what is this joint called? What kind of joint is this? In my shoulder. What's this joint called? Eh? Okay, I'll say it. Let's go too far, sorry. It's called the ball and socket joint. What's the one in a, yeah, called? Hinge. Hinge. Please, if you know it, say it loud. You understand? Don't be shy about it. See, I don't think you can be shy than me. I'm shy. Like, you know, as what shy can be. But if shy will stop you from getting to where you will get to, you understand? Let shy take a sit down. When I get home, I can come back. You understand? So when I get home, I will shy back. But you see, when I have to get things done, you understand? I put shy beside. Because shy does not, it doesn't take you to where you're going to. If you have to say it, say it. You understand? You don't owe anybody anything. Nobody owes you. So just say it, because it helps us. Because I would have the feeling that, you know, we don't know what a ball and socket is, which will be surprising, considering that it was something we did in secondary school. You know, except we completely missed that part. You know, so yeah, this is called a ball and socket, this shoulder. But we use that principle for the joints, because the ball and socket provides almost unlimited movement, if you understand what I mean. You understand? So when we use it for animated characters, it gives us that. And then so we can explore some of those movements even as we animate our characters, because sometimes you animate your characters a little more than the way the human character is animated. So, we still don't have light. Okay, so here we are. So we have the clavicle joint. The clavicle is this joint here. You know, now you wonder, why do we have a joint that is here? Now this joint is inside the body. It's not outside. You know, so now when I raise my hands up, I really don't raise my hands up here. I raise it here. You understand? So when I do this, you'll notice that there's also movement from here up. You understand? So I really can't, can I do this without bending that? I can't. You understand? So this clavicle joint allows the character, do you understand? This is actually the shoulder, but the clavicle allows for that, you know, so that when you raise the hands up, it's natural. You understand? So this is making up for the bones that are in here that allow you to be able to raise your hands. It's important because, you know, for your characters to move naturally, you really need to be able to reference proper anatomy. Yeah. You understand? To be able to get it right. So your study of anatomy will naturally affect the quality of your animation, because the body is one how, and it really moves based on how it is. You understand? So if, for example, anatomically, there's something not in order, you understand? You will there's no way you can move outside of your body anatomy. You understand? You respond to it. So if there are certain limitations, for example, you will. And so that's what is also reflected in this. And the same applies, to, like, for example, the knees. You understand? So what we do is that both joints can move, both joints can move, but we use one as our key joint. So we use the upper one. So the upper joint here, you see that these are elbow. So now, but when you bend it like this, you see that it still has a little bit of a limit. So we use that second joint to finish it. You understand? So that it can really bend. You understand? You can really push it. You understand? So if you're bending and it's limiting and you still really want more, like that ballet kind of one, you understand? You can still push it a little more with this second joint. But this upper one is the main joint. You can see that. So here, the upper one for the shoulder, same. The upper one for the elbow. Now there's something called, this is the last thing I'll refer to so that we can quickly move on. And then, please, I'd like the stands to start moving around now, like now. So now this is the last thing I'll refer to in the anatomy because we can miss it. Now, in our hands, as you see my hand, we can do something like this. You see that? Yeah. It's a very interesting movement. Now, where does that movement come from? Where does it come from? Which joints?
Your elbow.
Your elbow doesn't do it.
Okay.
No. What?
On the clavicle.
No. It's a very interesting movement. You understand? And it's because it's a hand. You understand? It's very funny, but it comes from here. There are two bones inside your hands.
Yeah.
What are those two bones called?
Medius
and ulnar, yes. Ulnar. You understand? So the radii and the ulnar. Now what these two bones do is that they twist over each other. So nothing really happens here. See, I hold this place, I see this. You understand? And it keeps on following anyway, so it's not easy. You understand? But it doesn't happen here, and it doesn't happen here. It happens in between here. So two bones twist over each other. You understand? You can see that going also. You understand? Two bones twist over each other to prove that. So what we also did is that now we don't have two bones here. So this second joint makes up for the twist. You understand? So it's not like we have ability to twist in this hinge joint. We don't. The twist happens between the bones. But eventually, you understand, we make up for that detail in this second joint. You understand? Because we are going to do a walk cycle today. You understand? The walk cycle is the most, if any project you're going to do, except your character is going to sit down, you're going to have to do the walk cycle. So we even did, probably not enough, you understand? So we have that, have skill that when we laser printed all the poses for the walk cycle. You understand? So you see the key poses, we have 5 key poses, for the walk cycle. And so we expect that everybody here should get those poses. We're going to use our phones today. We're going to use our phone, so somebody will have to, in the group, or more than one, you understand, we have to put up the phone. You'd have to install, so I'll probably encourage us to install Stopmotion Studio. If you have Stopmotion Studio already, awesome. That means we're on the same page. If you don't, please install, because we are going to have, give you the stand and code and the phone number, so that you can set it up. Because we need to get this thing done. You understand? Once you have it, see, we definitely in one day it's impossible to teach you everything stop motion. You understand? But we are depending on the initiative that you put into it. But we want to give you enough to start. You understand? There's a lot, I was thinking about this morning and I said that, you understand, if somebody picks this up, somebody that is still really trying to figure out, you understand, the path to really making something, making a significant change, not just in this generation, but in the next. You understand? There's a choice here. If somebody makes that choice, honestly, this is a valid this is a valid path. I can assure you that. You understand? If it hasn't worked for me, I would say maybe and maybe not. But it has. You understand? The choice is the hard part. So please, if you have stop-motion studio, awesome, let's have it standing and then you can work with the work cycle. You're just going to have to follow those poses. We'll use references in the beginning and then afterwards we'll expect that, there's one thing that happens. Once you do a little bit of research, the next thing is that your instincts, your natural instincts will kick in. You understand? And then you go like, no, I think if we pose like this, it's better. You understand? And that's the idea. For work cycles, I need to also establish this. For work cycles, there is no right pose. I don't know if you understand what. There is no wrong or right. In animation, in film, you understand? Don't let anybody tell you that this is wrong. This is right. There's no wrong. You understand? But whatever you're doing, let it meet the standards of your expectation. You understand? Let it be something that expresses you. So once we're able to get that, you understand, we're good to go. So let's make sure that your poses, look like a work pose, not something else entirely. So let's have it. So if you have not installed stop-motion, please install. Okay. All right. Okay, so this is like a hybrid between trying to make your puppet survive. So this is like aluminium, you understand? This is like the floral wires we were talking about yesterday. And for the hands, yes. I was giving this in, I did a course on puppet making in Poland 2 years ago. You understand? So this is everything. So it's a hybrid. So it has some of the component parts, to tie the aluminium together. So this is cool because it has a socket here. You see that? You can see the socket in here. And then the aluminium does that. So all these parts will still break, but at least it has some of it. So it's a little bit of a hybrid of the like that. So aluminium still works, but the Armature allows you to be able to go a long way with it. So
Yesterday was symposium. No too much theories to be. We're doing practical. I see people are already. Some are already making magics already.
Yeah, I might do that.
So some people are making magic on their phones already. I've seen pencils moving, pen are moving from one location to another. I saw somebody else phone moving. Wow. What do you want to make? Move
Very comfortable. Can't breathe without
Okay, so we are having
whatever position you want.
structural practice.
So you connect, right? It's basically quite weight. The bracelet has this not really supported. This socket has these are called sockets. So sockets help affiliate. Great. So the display also has socket goes to help handle the whole position. So what we call this was like threaded sided. Let's just call it the threaded, right? So the threaded is not supposed to hold the armature. There's a hole here. And then okay, let's go back to the it's probably maybe this engineering people that will know that this is the hole created here. There's something we call tapping. Thank you to screw things at once. To create that screw, the term we use is tapping. It's like a metal pointed, it's like a mirror. It has edges. Thank you. It has jetted edges. It's a tapping bit. They call them bits. You know the way you have a drill bit? This is a tapping bit because it has some edges. So once we have that, because we won't be able to connect this to this, we will now tap into it and create that region within this always at the back. So that's why we are now able to screw this thing. Thank you. No matter how you want it to walk, move up and down, this will keep it firm in place, right? You want it to float. Yeah, so that's what this bit does. So right now, what do we do? There's something called the neutral pose. The neutral pose is how the armature stands, like at attention. Right? So let me just neutral pose. And the normal thing is so, you don't need to coach. In again, the reason why we are coaching is we are afraid of maybe not to like or to bring it. I can't believe that. So, the reason why this it sounds and no, sorry. Thank you. Sorry. All right. So, okay. So I'm trying to type in. I want to try and put my drawing. You do a lot of repetition when you are doing Armature because you are kind of like the actor. This character. Do you understand? You can't do references where you look at maybe you need something specific on a character. How you want it to move. But you don't even how you want it to move. The way a lazy person walks is different from the way a confident person walks. Do you understand? So when you are making your references, you have to try as much as possible to factor in that the person is tired. Especially when you're doing like this and you are moving. Do that, do you understand? So for me, I'm feeling like my grounded pose should be like this. Yes, it doesn't have the arm here. I'm a skeleton. I want my legs to be so. Funny enough, in case you see me doing like this, I will adjust. Do it again. Okay, how do I feel? I think this there's a bounce in the back. Step, so let me do that. So I'm leaning on more. My right leg is backwards, right? My right leg is backwards, my left leg is forward. I can remove it. This way, a bit bent. A bit bent. So these are the knees. Just a bit bent, but I want this front leg. And you see from the hip side, I'm leaning a bit. And my left leg straight out. Sometimes it can stand on your body. If you really want to make people steady, in top motion, there should not be a lot of speed. If not, your animation will be on screen. So the reason why the base screen, the base screen is going to show the final version. That one is the talk about it. This base plate has to be there depending on what you are creating. So just for the purpose of this. So my grounded is my right. Check their phone. So this up and doing. So this is my right, that's his right, right? So it's leaning forward. Leg forward, that's your grounded. So those are the two things that ground you. So please, can you do the grounded, the neutral pose and the grounded? So got that. Now, turning it to the side so that we can see how exactly do we want our Armature to work. Okay, so do we have the app? stop motion. So let's talk about this. Now we already know that stop motion is about taking pictures and doing small movements. Now, the reason why here, when people does video creating content, you know what frame rate is. Because it's important for when you're doing something. How many? Okay. 9 views is before frame rate. Normal standard frame rate for film, right? 24. If you want it in slow motion, you want. See that? It's slow motion, higher frame rate, slower it can be. So 60 FPS, 60 frame rate per second, or 120 FPS. That means it's taking higher frame rate, slower, it's taking more pictures so that you can factor in that slow motion. Everybody has style. I know it's all everybody has you don't have to wait. As long as you do 45, not that you exactly. As long as you yes. No animator has ever animated definitely do the actress as long as you don't twist the body more than you should, because not that you can twist it more than that does not give you the right exactly. So we use you guys have it. So can you use one person? Like there's someone that has my camera. You have it. Let's see you have it. You have it. You have it. Yeah, that. But that one's persistent. That's like yes, the standard is that everybody. There are other Apple. There's other Apple. But you know this, this Armature is like this one. So there's something called signature. You know how some doors are very so those are possible. So those sneakers have to cast as much as possible. So they will not create now more as much as possible.
Oh, sorry.
So the main reason we have if it's more to capture it, since it's skeleton, want to try and make it realistic as possible. So if you want to do and sneaker will not guys, do you want to see what it's doing? Gather around. Let's see what it's doing. Or let's break it. Let's specify 4.
Yes.
As they are asking you. But you see what they're doing. You change Writing your screen is like very well. Sorry. Right. You can look for let's pause. No, start doing straight. I want to side. So now that you have fixed your tripod, you know that you can't touch it. So that it doesn't. So because when you're doing it, you don't want to just stand like this. You want to just sit there. So you take some pictures to okay, you see you're using the same frame process. Take like half a second is what? Half a second will give you how many frames? Like 7 frames. Let's use 7. Or no, let's use 6. So you will take 6 still pictures of it like this. So that by the time you are not doing the movement, you don't just start you start slowly. Yes. Take 6. Use 6 so that it's just like half a second. And make sure that you know that once you start, you can't be just like that. You can't be like that shape. But no matter the result, the fact that you're ready. Alright. No, this is continue. Taking 3. You can see it from here. Alright, you take 3 more. No, take 3 more. You see what's happening on your skin? It's shading. It's comfortable. You see what your previous shot was. You took the first shot, right? And you moved. And it goes to the other move. So you back here. Lift your leg.
Can't do slow motion.
So you see that
I hope we are enjoying Day 2 of Radioxity stop motion animation, brought to you by Radioxity stop motion animation academy, live in Yalta, of technology. On the program, we are having the Armature familiarization and animation. Armature familiarization and animation. I want to say a very big thank you to all our supporters, the big thanks to Yaba Tech College, staff and management, Ted School, Director Oja, say thank you. I want to say a very big thank you to Access Bank Nigeria PLC. That's one of our major supporters. Thank you so much for your support. We're grateful. Thank you for impacting lives positively. Yesterday, we were more than this. I think we were times 10 of this. More are coming. Oh. I've been informed that more people. We should expect more people. So we'll be waiting for power so that we could start officially. But we have I was saying we were waiting for power before we could start officially, but also had to do what we can do without power. Now that power is here, what we can do with power. We have one of our special guests in the house already. She means so much to us at Radioxity Media. And we're glad to have her join us this morning. We are indeed grateful. Thank you very much, Anna. In due time, we all are going to meet her. And she's more passionate about the growth and the success of women, especially. So if you're a lady here, you are at the right place. I'm sure she's proud to see some of you ladies in the house.
This cannot move. So, can you see this one?
So we are familiarizing ourselves with the Armature. That's boom. I don't want to be left behind. What is wow? Show me. Let me see. Who is obstructing me? I want to see the screen also.
Show what you guys have done. The next set should come on.
Let me see that one.
Because everybody most like so please, the next set can just come. You guys should come try
We have animators already.
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
Yesterday, you guys were just participants, but today you are animators. You are going higher.
Use the 5-step phone for your
You are taking
contact, down,
the both
passive
steps.
position, the up, and then the last contact.
You are doing so many things at the same time. You are shooting. You're working on the character, also working on the set. And above all, I see that you're all having fun. That's the beauty of it. The beautiful thing about the Armature kids is that no matter how you maneuver, bend it, turn it, it can't break. The worst that will happen, it should be losing up a bit, and you tighten it back with your LFP, the driver. Allen, we don't have engineers to do. Allen key, screwdriver. And you know, the stop motion industry is special because you're doing something that is related to God's first assignment on earth. Bringing life into something that is lifeless. Making objects come to life.
We are in the next set, please.
It's something you should be proud of.
No, you are going to face it. Let me see.
We have a few more minutes. Please, I want to encourage you, ask questions. Don't just be a spectator, ask questions. Don't fold your hands. While others are getting involved, touching the kids, getting up, you should join them. Don't be laid back, please. And don't be scared to take any or ask any question. There's nothing you cannot achieve in stop motion.
earlier that because of the power issue, we had to move on into the Armature familiarization. So now we want to start officially. Then we'll continue from where we stopped. Okay, hello, good morning once again, everyone. Instructors, please. Thank you. Don't round up. Pause. We're coming back. Pause. We're coming back to it. We have enough time. That is what we'll be doing all through today. Today is the workshop. Please, let's take our seats. We want to do something quickly, and we'll be back to it, please. We'll be back to it. We'd like everyone to please settle down. We're coming back to it, please. I see you're enjoying the class already. You don't even want to stop. I will seize your Armature kits. They don't want to stop. They want to create a film today. Is your storyline ready? Your voiceover is ready too? Everything is set. Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, great animators, great production designers, great puppet designers that are here today. If you're happy to be here for the second day of Radioxity stop motion animation, please put your hands together for yourself. We are also happy to have you. Thank you so much for coming back. Ladies and gentlemen, this is to start the event officially. I think we should take the national anthem. This one we are singing with our mouths. So that's like the opening prayer for the event. Can we all rise, please, as we honor our nation, Nigeria? We are singing the old, it used to be the old, but now the new national anthem. Are we ready? Can we all take it together at the count of 3? 1, 2, 3. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Yabatek anthem. Director, they don't know the Yabatek anthem. Oh. We do. Let's play it. There's something I noticed when the lyrics came on. That was when I started hearing people's voices. Yabatek anthem. Is it written also? School Hop Yabatek. You all need to learn the anthem. Oh. When I host events, social events like weddings, and we have people from the school of the couple come around, some of them will come to the stage and they want to sing their school anthem. Imagine attending Adebayo's wedding in a few years' time. How will you know that you're from Yabatek if you can't sing the anthem? So please go and learn it. Oh, hey, you, they don't joke with that. Ladies and gentlemen, this is to officially welcome you once again to the day 2 of Radioxity stop motion animation. I would like to invite our host for a welcome and introductive speech. Please, ladies and gentlemen, our convener, the one who made it possible for us to be here today. She has traveled wide and far doing stop motion in all countries of the world. Please help me celebrate the CEO and the creative director of Radioxity Media. A round of applause for Esther Kemi Badamosi.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Okay, so we're really excited that we're able to skip to time in starting today. I say thank you to everyone that has come back. We're really excited about the progress. I'm already like seeing, things moving, on the various tables with the Armature and the animation process. So it's very exciting. The possibilities, are like out of this world, and we're glad that, the concepts are getting across. And we believe that it will work well. One of the things that we're really looking forward to is stories time to come. In 5 years' time, I'm looking forward to seeing greatness come out of this. In 10 years, 5 years, 3 years, who knows? And so those possibilities are things that it's no matter what it has cost us to do this, the money can buy that. And so we are glad. And so at this point, I want to introduce a special guest for today, Mrs. Abiodun Olubiton. I have a lot of things to say about her, but I'll say this first. In 2022, I applied for the womenpreneurship. I don't know if you know the womenpreneurship program organized by Access Bank. Okay, it's for entrepreneurs, women who run entrepreneurial ventures, or you have a business and you have more than 50% of the stakes of the business, and then so you have the opportunity to apply for training, apply for funding. At that time, I'm not sure I saw what I was doing like a business, but it's, before coming for the training. But for me, I knew that we were heading into a place where we would get revenue. And that, the possibilities were there, but we needed to understand more. And then, of course, we needed funding for it. So I applied, and then, of course, they started from 39,000. We were 39,000 that applied that year. And then we had shortlists. I remember when we shortlisted to 500, I said there's hope. And we were asked to submit affairs, to fill forms, to submit a pitch video and all of that, till we were 100 of us. And I look, don't crack joke with this 100. There were 100 amazing ladies. When I got there, it was like, they should just employ me, there and all of that. It was an amazing experience we had, in Lekki Phase 1, where we had trainings for, I think it was about 7 weeks. Yes, it was about 7 weeks of training, so we had to leave our homes and be there for 7 weeks. For me, it was, till today, many of the things that I do now is in reference to that program. I think it's the program is one of the reasons I believe so much in empowerment programs, because at that time, it was the idea of running a business, being an entrepreneur, being able to have like direction, focus, ensuring that your vision and pushing out your vision to the right audience. You understand? Not just like, you're not just broadcasting, but the fact that you understand who your audience is, who you are reaching out to, all those things became clear in the Womenpreneurship program. And of course, we had the final competition where you had to pick like 7 people out of the 100. Obviously, I didn't even give myself a chance. It was out of it. I just wanted to be able to finish and not be disgraced out of the program, and all of that. So we did a final pitch. I knew that there was always this worry. And the worry always followed me, especially around that time, that people weren't going to understand what stop motion animation was. So how do I explain it? Thank God at that time, already we've had quite a bit. Our films have traveled the world a bit, even at that time. So I knew that would help, because if you don't understand something, if you see the results that thing is bringing, it gives you a sense that this thing might be working, because if it is bringing all these results. So I knew that would help. But in trying to explain it in the context of Nigeria, I knew it was. But I came, I did my pitch, and my supervisor was like, your pitch was really nice. I said, hey, but in the end, we did have, our project came 3rd overall. It was unbelievable. I remember that day I cried because I didn't expect, but one thing stood out for me was that, I would never have imagined that they would take the risk for me, because I felt they took the risk on me. Because in terms of something you may not have fully understood, something that is not really existent in Nigeria, and for you to give major funding for, and, more or less give validation to, that was huge. And I would say, I would give that when I was about to go in that final 100, she made a speech. And that's one of the reasons why, honestly, you guys are privileged to have her here. Before I go into like key introductions, but now she made a speech that it was on Zoom. And I remember that, this was just around COVID period. She made a speech and she said that this program, that she knew that it was not like it was most convenient for all of us, and that it was going to bring out, of course, like for me, I enjoyed the work I do in the studio. For you to get me out of that studio is hard. It has to be something major. So I looked at it. I would leave the studio. We had projects we were working on, films we needed to finish, and then I would leave that and come for the program in Lekki, and I would stay there. It was a tough one. I was looking at that. She will not send somebody. But after her speech, she said, see, the value you will get in this program, it's not just likely to change, the outlook of your business, but it's able to change your lives. Honestly, I can't even coin the words. The only thing is that I just knew that after her speech, I was sure. I was 100% sure that I was going to go for that program. It was enough. I obviously, as at that time, I didn't know as much as I know now. So don't picture the me now as the person that went for that program in 2022. Between now and now, it's 4 years. 4 years, I have changed a lot. But in that experience and in that, being able to make that decision and stick with it and eventually come 3rd, was huge, for us, for our business, for validation, and for my own personal, considering that this is a process that not many people are very confident about, or they feel that, it was massive validation for me, because then it now became clear that this thing is good. If executives from a bank can look at your work and say that there are possibilities, then I do not know who else would be able to say there are not. And so that belief that she has continued to have. Now, the interesting thing is that when I met her first at the US Embassy event, of that. So, of course, I was like, eh? And she said, so your project?
Oh.
I told the other one that, if there's anything you should not joke with, it's the people that somehow you're able to make contact with. There's a natural tendency for us as Nigerians to take people for granted because we are plenty. People everywhere. You understand? But people are essentially the key to our progress. Yes, all the stuff we do and we know, it helps, it becomes some form of leverage. But at the end of the day, it's the people, especially the right kind of people. So it's a lot of value whenever we have people who grace our event, who are not just telling you, there's some people that tell you that, don't worry, if you work hard, you do well. You understand? No, that's not. When somebody who knows what she's saying says it, it does not just go out as words. You understand? It comes out with power to it. And so, that value to not just hear the words, but receive, capacity to be able to get things, I think it's something that's truly important. And so I just want to appreciate you, Ma, and say thank you for coming. And yes, I would be handing over the mic. But before you speak, he would run a citation for you, yes, to just talk about, who she is, and then she would share, the advice that she has for us today. Yep. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you very much, Madam Kemi Badamosi, our host. Please, a round of applause for her. Ladies and gentlemen, we're privileged to have with us today the head of SME Banking, Access Bank PLC, Mrs. Abiodun Olubiton. She's a seasoned banking executive and development leader at Access Bank PLC, where she leads initiatives focused on SME growth. That's small, medium, and enterprises. Small, medium enterprises. And she also focused on women's economic empowerment. With over 2 decades of experience, she is widely recognized for driving financial inclusion and supporting the growth of small businesses across Nigeria and Africa. Our work continues to create meaningful impact by expanding access to fund, capacity building, sustainable opportunities for entrepreneurs. Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, the head, SME Banking, Access Bank PLC, Mrs. Abiodun Olubiton. Make it louder.
Okay. Good morning. I'm assuming we are all students, right? Okay. So maybe we should start from there. Great Nigerian student. Okay. Because I left school for some time, so I want to be sure that we are still connecting. Great Nigerian students. Great animators of the future. I think I like the energy. In all honesty, I'm very privileged to be standing before you this morning. I'm very excited, super elated. Everything Kemi was saying, I was just like, no, now. But sincerely, it's my very great pleasure to be here this morning. And to say that what we are doing today, right, is another seed. There can be a tree when you don't plant that seed. Sometime, somewhere. In fact, there is none at all. We just come around now, we go around, we see big trees, we stand under it as shade, we park under it, we cut it, we do so many things. But it's a seed that has been sown several years back. And I'm very happy because this is a seed that has already started germinating. It has not germinated fully. It's germinating because you have not seen the manifestation of Kemi yet. I will say that. And if she is saying she's grateful, me, I'm happy to be in her corner because, you know, when those global things start to happen fully, me too, I'll be pointing my finger and say, I know her. Even if it's for that one, I will associate with greatness. So this morning, for you coming out, first of all, I want you to give Kemi and Radioxity a big round of applause. And I really want you to clap that you are excited. You appreciate what it is that, you know, she has brought to us. Thank you. I will now know. So now that you came out, left your comfort zone, you know, you can decide that today is Saturday. You want to browse. You want to, you know, we have plenty things we can do now. But you decided that you want to be here this morning to learn and plant a seed that will germinate in some very few years to come. Please give yourself a round of applause. It's very good to celebrate yourself, so. And I'm not sure that this is a paid event, right? It's not a paid event. So, you know, sometimes when you get something free, you don't even appreciate it. You're like, oh, that thing, you know, we all went to school, so we know. But I'm very excited that you are taking the opportunity that has been presented to you. And then I'm most happy when I saw ladies in the room. You know, I don't know, I used to be, I'm not biased anymore, but I used to be very biased about the female gender because I just believe that they've not given, the world in general has not really allowed women to show full manifestation. We've not been given that equity. I don't preach equality. I'm married. My husband is still the head of my home and he takes decisions. So I'm not a Beijing conference, all those things. Oh, no. But I preach equity, which is actually giving everybody the equal opportunity to, you know, showcase themselves. And that's it. So for the ladies that are here, sorry, oh guys, I'm still very passionate about us women. The guys should please stand up. The guys, please stand up. Thank you. And please give our ladies a round of applause. And ladies, please receive it. I like that. Receive it. Thank you. Thank you. Please let everyone be seated. And for the guys that did that very open-mindedly, trust me, you don't know what you have done. You've actually celebrated yourself. So now let all of us give ourselves a round of applause again. You know, I like to celebrate people, and not just because, yes, I love to, but because the truth is, a lot of times we don't celebrate ourselves. You know, you just take a lot of things for granted. Very late last night, early this morning, they released the promotion list in my office. And of course, I had a lot of mentees that I was looking forward to their promotion. So as I woke up, I was first, okay, please, let me see the list. And I started hailing. In fact, they had not woken up. I started hailing all of them one by one, all over everywhere that they are. Because it is important to celebrate ourselves. You can't take anything for granted. So I actually wrote a speech, but I'll just speak from my mind. I'm very glad to be here this morning. I'm happy that you also came out to take advantage of this. I'm already seeing this manifestation. And you know, I'm a Christian. The Bible says, as far as your eyes can see. I'm already seeing those things. When we were growing up, we used to watch TV, we see, I'm trying to remember those things there. You know, the television, there's a 4 o'clock they used to show on NTA. When they start that, they will do story time, do this, do that. And it's so strange. Even my last daughter, my first daughter can't even connect with it. Like, what are you? How? Where? Tell what is NTA? They don't even know. And what is taking over the world? The digital thing that is taking over the world. Creative, I say, is the future, is the oil future. And the good thing about it is that for us in this generation, I don't know, I'm sure a lot of us are within the Gen Zs, right? We have a large creative mind. You know, I sat down there and I was listening and I saw how you guys were, she was telling us about the Armature kit, right? And that it cannot break. You can only maybe loosen or bend and then you tighten it back. That's how human mind, that's how the mind is. And somehow, I don't know how God did it. The creativity in this generation is out of this world. In fact, the first day I saw what Kemi was doing, I just kept staring like, really? I would never have thought. Do you understand? So, yes, she said they gave her a chance. Not in fact, I will tell you, I wasn't part of your nomination. I always stand aloof when they want to pick the winners. But from the day she pitched, I saw something different. I saw something that people have not seen. But if they can just close their eyes and see, you know, that kind of seeing, they would appreciate what it is. So I was just praying in my mind that I hope these jurors would see what I'm seeing. I was super excited when they brought the list of the winners to me a day before the graduation. And I saw Radioxity. I'm like, wow, yes. Because sometimes, you know, we get carried away with the daily things. And a lot of times people copy. Is ready to wear that is making money now. Everybody is now ready to wear. Oh, he's shoemaking. Oh, everybody is there. Well, what makes money now is that niche, that uniqueness that comes to whatever it is that you're doing. Me, I don't call Vicky James a fashion designer. She's on her own. She's just on another level. The creativity that goes into what they do is what makes them different. And that's what earns the money. So I'm also part of a program, a Unilag, and I don't know if you know about it, the ABIC program, Entrepreneurship and Innovation Business Incubation Certification. About a month ago, federal government has now nationalized that program in all the universities of Nigeria. And from that very day, they gave certificates to about 14 federal universities, started from Unilag. And the first time they invited me, I saw that this thing was going to blow. As in, it just gives us the true meaning of thinking about the future. Because when I left school, by the way, I studied chemical engineering and I never practiced. I never practiced with it for one day. And I didn't make a bad grade, forget. I can tell you. In fact, my VC knew me. He was like, best female engineering. Oh, this one, they will work in shell. I did not get shell. I said nothing. And then, when you even go for hangout with, you know, friends, especially then in Port Harcourt, they will name themselves and their surname will just be where they work. So they introduced themselves, my name is Shola Shell. This one was saying, my name is Bolaji Mobile. So it looks like that was the in thing. If you're not working in a oil company, that was it. Right? But that era has since gone. The new oil is creative. And God has so done it that what is it that we need, He has put it inside of us. And I love the fact that we were talking about ball and joint. My mind flashed back to biology. I'm like, oh, inside this thing. We were doing our hands like this and we're like, what bones are these? What is moving? So it takes away the fact that you studied engineering, you studied, I don't know, English, whatever it is. That creativity is in you. I have one of my kids that's studying architecture now. And she was lucky from, early age, she already knew she was going to study architecture. So it was everything around her is just that. If you want to take her out, she will tell you, Mommy, can we go to a gallery? Art gallery, art. Yeah, at your age, you should be looking for a fun place. Those are the things that excite her. So I knew that this one, I don't know. When I told her about Radioxity, she follows her diligently because these things are beyond, there's something that comes from a depth. And somehow, God made it. It's not whether you studied maths, He just puts that depth in every one of us. So what I want to leave you with this morning, please, don't walk out of this place. In fact, if you have friends that you think should be here, send them a chat that something is happening here. That extra sleep they're sleeping, it won't take them anywhere. They should just get up. Even now, that chat. Tell them to join you here. I expect this space to be full because this is where future bets. And I'm sure that as you are all seated here, you're already imagining things. Just cast that your mind to how far this can go. Stop motion animation is not common. Right now, I'm sure a lot of people are saying like AI. Those things now. AI didn't start today. It's not just, right now, it's just, maybe it has become a buzzword. Everybody says AI. Several years ago, some people have already seen how technology can make life easy. And right now, it's just when everybody is joining the bandwagon, AI. Yes, there's still money in it. But I'm saying that stop motion animation is that thing that you guys that are here that are going to become those animators tomorrow will be like the first mover advantage in the very near future. If you are not seeing it that way, begin to see it like that now. They used to call something old money. So those kind of old money that it will just go endless. I'm going to talk to you about one guy. He used to be a treasurer in my organization. And he left. And nobody could understand why he would leave. Apart from the fact that he was doing well. Treasury is another unit you can work in the bank that you're going to earn a lot more because I think bonuses and all of that. So he was doing very well. And he left. You can't comprehend this guy, you okay? Some people even say village people have touched him. How can you leave this kind of all money, please? And they say, yeah. Not like he left to any major thing. He went into all of these things that you're doing. He was at that US Embassy stuff as well. That was where I met him again after he had left. And I'm like, wow, this is what you left for. And so we had a time to sit down and he started telling me about things he was doing. He was such amazing that, like some of the things he does today, when he drops it, he earns for life on them. So if you are looking at Kemi like this, you are looking at let me say, tech billionaire. And it is first mover advantage. I'm not sure there are a lot of Kemis around. And this that she's doing is to say, come and make money. Because really right now, of course, everybody, even anybody, a 2-year-old child says, if you want to send them on air, I say, go and bring this from me. They will do like this. When you point 100 naira at them, they will come, collect it and go and do it. Everybody wants money, right? But what Kemi is doing today is like just telling you, come and make money. So I don't want you to take this thing for granted at all. I don't want to see it as it's just one of those things. There's one thing they are doing. They say we should come. This is different. And I won't lie. That thing that would take me out on a Saturday, I don't know. But this one, I said I will come. And it's not negotiable, as in I will come. I have another meeting that is ongoing. I will join like right after now. But I said I will come because I want to be part of that beautiful stories that will birth out of here. So I want to encourage all of you. And the good thing about it is that we have fun making money. This thing is so interesting. I wish I could be in your age so that these things we can all be doing it like this. But maybe not. But that is the reality. You have fun. You are not exactly carrying brick and mortar, those hard kind of work. No. You're having fun and you're making money. That's what creative does. There was a time because I just felt, okay, is there an age band to getting into creatives? Because really, if you look at it, it's a lot of young people that are in creatives, and that's where the one we will refer to as old money is going to start from. So, good morning, billionaires and millionaires in the room. And sincerely, make sure you take note of everything you're going to learn from here today. You might not leave here becoming an animator instantly, right? But that seed has been sown. So when you're going, please just be walking like this because they don't know you. When they say, check your neighbor in church, they say, hey, you look at me now because maybe next week I would have blown you. You now be neighbor, that thing. You will be taking an appointment before. That's what you should be feeling like because a seed has been bettered today. And I can assure you, I don't just drop words, but I know. And I know one day I might not meet you personally again, but I will read about it. And when you're telling your story, I will read somewhere there from one global news magazine somewhere that, it was one day you went for Radioxity Stop Motion Animation Academy and that was the day. And I'll be like, I was there. That gives a lot of joy. So I want to congratulate you all and welcome you to a new season of your life. And I mean it. Whatever the course of study, it might not matter. In fact, in banks today, we hire anything. Just make 2-1, at least in my organization, enter. We like anything. Because we believe that is beyond that thing you studied in school. And so, I'm thanking you all for coming. I'm welcoming you to your new season where creativity would actually make you, in quote, blow, right? And I also want to thank Kemi for putting this together. She can as well say, I can be making my money alone and it's only her. And again, she's a woman, right? But she's sharing. Thank you for giving back so quickly. Thank you. And all the sponsors that have also supported what Radioxity is doing, I appreciate you. This is not just coming from Access Bank, it's coming from me. I say thank you. And of course, in Access Bank, I would not want to say that we support SMEs, and especially we are interested in youth entrepreneurs. So I'm sure one of these days, we'll catch up somewhere where we can actually support you as a bank to even develop what it is and take it to the next level. Thank you, and have a lovely day.
Ladies and gentlemen, a loud ovation for Mrs. Abiodun Oyebimpe Olobito. A superwoman, she deserves more. She deserves more. She's a big woman. Oh, please celebrate her. We are glad to have you, man. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for that profound speech. Thank you for stirring something up in us. Thank you for the motivation. We're grateful. I'm also into small and medium enterprise. And thank God I've met you today. My business is having a challenge right now. We want to buy a piece of land in Banana Island. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think on this note, we can go back to our workshop. And remember now where they work? You, SA. By the way, I got information from Director Oja that most of them are just barely 3 weeks in school. They are new intake. So these ones are very, very privileged. They are very, very lucky. This is a right timing for them. But you use USA. I'm suspecting you're not Gen Z. Because when you were talking about when TV opens at 4 p.m., and she made that sound and the TV will do ping, I was like, how did you know that one? And you know they close by 12. Yes. They close by 12 then. They shut down. You don't have anything. If you on your TV after 12, it's useless. If you on it before 4 p.m., it's useless. Now that we have we have over 500 channels to watch at the same time, and they don't close. Director just have a speech for us. Please help us celebrate our leader.
Thank you very much. Madam, I say a good welcome to you from Yaba College of Tech, particularly TechFund Center of Excellence in Skills, Entrepreneurship, and Sustainable Development. One of our mandates is to make sure that we skill up our youth so that they can become entrepreneurs. And within the ambit of sustainable development, you know that the sustainable development goal is about 17. It captures almost virtually everything. So we just try to, from time to time, draw out the one that is relevant at that particular point in time. I've listened passionately to what you have said, and it's a good encouragement, pushing the students to not the limit to where they can, fly and continue to fly till they get to the, the appropriate point. So, like I said, this majority of the students here, they are new intakes. We have ND1, they're just coming, and they're barely 3 weeks. Then we have HND1, they're also new intakes. The other one is the HND2 level, and they are joining us. So I just want to let you know that, like we said yesterday, this is a rare privilege to you because it's a new skill that is in the making. While Madam was talking the other time, I remember that in those days, we used to watch what they call the puppet show, the Sesame Street show. And which one again? Something the carpenter. Bob the builder. So if you look at it, you now see that it's a new, everything is evolving. So it's a new development. I was telling the PRO that the college PRO, that's the college PRO. Can you please stand up for recognition? So it's been, since yesterday, the whole country is agog with the news of Radioxity. It's all over the places. And I've been sending some of the messages to her on the newspaper. So I was telling him that, is it not that they are trying to revive what we had at that time and then modernizing it? At that time, they were not making much money, but now it's a lot of money now. If you look at the dexterity of people like Shegun Odegbami, when they were playing, if it were to be this time, man, those guys will be billionaires, man. Because if you happen to know the skill they have, it's out of this world. So please make sure that you take this seriously and don't take it for granted. Yesterday you have been told that Armature, at least in Nigeria, is about 500,000 naira. So, and don't forget, for the academy, for the final stage, you are picking only 10 and you are watching everybody. So we are going to pick the 10 and it's the 10 that will benefit finally. That does not mean that on your own, you can still not pursue, go further. You can. So then there's one thing I want to also try to do as a department. The motion movement that you have on that this thing, we need to teach you how to do it. So that by the time you have that knowledge, that skill, you will now add it to what is being taught today. So we'll try and get that done in the department. So I welcome you, Madam. I welcome you, and I welcome everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. You know, I always come with good news. We have more power banks today. But what I don't know is should we give it to those that received yesterday must not get today. Except it's a car. This essay, our mouth is too wide.
I'm going to use another method today.
Just continue, we are watching. So we'll be going back to the workshop. So I would like to invite all our instructors, the amazing animators from the Radioxity team. Ladies and gentlemen, please celebrate them as they come back to you. Mr. Dave, Dave 1, Dave 2, or should I say Dark Dave, Yellow Dave, Blessing, Menzo, Emmanuel, Oyin, Joy. No, Joy is with me. For me or for this? For them. Oh, hello. She has a question for you. And already my heart is beating on your behalf.
No, it's not hard question. It's just to be sure that the first section we are all following. So please, people, come back to your tables, please, so that we know the table that is attentive. Like we said, we have gifts for people today, so we need to be sure where our gift is going to. So first of all, can somebody tell us what the rig is? Like the rig for the amateurs. I'm sure you guys all know what the rig is. Ah, le bâton. Okay, if you have, okay.
Okay, good morning. The rig is actually for the standing position of the armature. It's used to hold the armature in place so you could set the joint and set a post for it.
Okay, he got it. He got it. Clap now.
I was actually expecting somebody to answer you from this table because the person was writing and somebody was making jest of him that what was he writing? When I saw what he was writing, the rig was part of what he wrote.
Wow. It's confidence. He did not have the confidence for it. He's not said. So, young man, you didn't tell us your name. Sir?
Kenneth.
So, Kenneth, MC is looking at you. You know, you did some transfer yesterday. You can be the lucky one today.
Joy, that was the last money I had in my account.
Okay, so the second question. Just 3 questions and we are done. So during, I'm sure that some of us have animated something because I saw some people were gathering around it. Do we know how do I put this question?
I can't.
At what point?
I can't help you.
Okay, at what point when animating do you realize that you have made a mistake? It's a funny question, it's a trick question. At what point do you realize that, oh boy, it has gone wrong?
Like
so today we are told we are going to be doing the steps, right? Just letting the amateur work. At what point you're making amateur do this? At what point you do that this guy is now catwalking or is now dog walking?
The position of the tripod. Maybe it's shifted something.
That's correct. That's also a good one.
Now, any other person? So if your tripod shifts, brotherly and sisterly, you are going back to foundation number 1.
If the camera is a bit shaky.
Similar.
When you don't follow the correct process on the poses of the armature you're trying to use.
If you miss a step.
If the lighting is not according to themselves.
Cinematographers are in the house. You know, in stop motion, we don't just have the animators. We have the production designer, we have the lighting guys, we have this. So this brotherly is looking like it's going to be in the lighting department.
Oh,
I love that. Because once your light shakes, your next frame is going to look somehow. Is that going to look like?
It won't be the same.
Any other person? Raising your hand. Is that what you wanted to say? Okay, it's the same thing we're teaching you guys now. Any other person?
Since I'm also learning, I think I can also say one. If you're creating a motion and you miss a step, your character was supposed to move to this point, and while you're playing the frame all over, he walked to this point and suddenly appeared here. So that means you mixed. Is that correct? Abiko Wale?
It's correct in a way, but it also depends. Because sometimes, like she was giving an example of somebody wanting to give somebody blow from the hand like this. You know, when you are doing this, you can't come slowly like this now. It should be slow. So when you do your first frame, your second frame should be somewhere here. So it will be fast.
Shit.
So it depends.
Depends
So
on
if the
who we are.
person is supposed to do this,
But if he wasn't supposed to jump, he can't jump.
that one self there. But if you clap and I see they follow.
We go create puppets together.
Okay, somebody.
$50,000. Are you joking?
I think the targeted motions must be put in place. That is,
You don't lost joy. She doesn't understand what you're saying. That's why she's saying it to us so that we can help her.
that means I actually asked the question that they said when you are acting, when you are on a move, you don't we have to block anything that we don't want to.
Okay, the background.
Background, exactly.
Yeah, for him, it's true because if, for example, you are taking a frame and somebody is behind it, the first picture, somebody is behind it, that person has to stay there till you finish. Because the moment the person moves away, your next frame is going to, yes. So I think that 2 questions is enough. Let's go back. Well done, guys. Well done, guys. Well done.
Thank you.
Well done, guys.
Upcoming animations. Sorry, animators. So please, Director, the water, can it flow now? Ushers, please help us. Back to business. Your instructors will come back to you. Bayo, that one you're saying, I'm not sure. But something I'm sure of is we have power banks. You collected transfer yesterday. No power bank today. You collected something yesterday. But you know the one that wore green. Well, you wore what? Say it to the mic.
Trouser.
You wore cockroach trouser. Cockroach brown. Is anyone wearing tomato red today? So that's why you repeated the cockroach brown again today. All right, please enjoy your workshop. Doctors? Doctors? Go ahead. Part of it. Joy? The next table. Please continue with your class. Continue the next table. You won't understand. You won't understand. It is Gen Z. For that one, Abby. See what is happening on this table. Armature don't enter Gen Z hand. You don't get it and control for. Don't change the table. Let them come and do it. That was there. Come. What are you doing? Door. Lock it. Lock it. No, let the amateur face the camera. Oh, shit. No. Everybody, this is a post you're going to take photo. Okay, oh, yeah. Now to the next thing. Animators. Thank you very much. What's the media partner, NTA, the National Television Authority, Nigeria Television Authority. And Abatech Radio is in there. Thank you, Abatech Radio. CBC was with us yesterday. Special thanks. Animators, please keep working. I want to watch a short movie today. From you, talking about your own.
They smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me feel like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself, no do past the deed. So many things inside of my jeans. Slide down, DBT, DBT.
1 2. Hello. 1 2 1 2. Hello. 1 2. Mic test. 1 2. 1 2 1 2. Mic test. 1 2.
Tetema. 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 Oh mama. Oh mama. Oh mama. Oh mama. Oh mama tetema. 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 Washa. 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 Oh mama tetema. 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 Kisha kimempa. Kimempa.
You're listening to DJ Khalid.
Alei Casa.
It's break time. Also, it doesn't mean you have to stop what you're doing. If you can eat and continue the workshop, fine. We want to celebrate and appreciate the presence of one of our leaders, the chairman of TECCO, Dr. Mrs. Loretta Ofodile. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you for not leaving us alone. Thank you so much for standing by us. We appreciate you, ma'am. If you're hungry, you can eat, before you go and create an animation that is hungry, that can work well. So I would like us to be through with our food before 1 p.m.
because we'll be doing something different by 1 p.m. So if you check your time, it's 12:19. So it would be nice to finish up our food before 1. Great animators, stop motion animators.
Listening to DJ Kakaloo.
some of us are still very busy. I would have loved us to put volume to the short movie that is being shown on the screen. This is one of Radioxity's work. Those amateur kids you're playing with or you're working with are the ones behind the puppets you're seeing on the screen. So like I said yesterday, that's the skeleton, the bone. The flesh will still come on it and the clothes will still come on it. And this movie that you're watching, we're also taking frame by frame pictures, frame by frame. This is one of our projects at Radioxity. They are talking now. Yes, they are actually saying something. Media, can you put volume to the video, please? Is it possible, sir? Is it linked? If possible, let's start it from the beginning. It's a very short video. Most times you find short movies like this because it's really difficult. It takes more time to do 2 hours. Cinema time, enjoy yourself. Also watch critically. There's a way you're going to watch this movie. You won't just watch the way others will watch. You watch with the mindset of thinking of how it was created and how it got to this level. Over to you, media. You see puppets where they drink Gary, where they drink pure water. Ah, the last Gary at home. Voila. Those are set designs. Those buildings were created, constructed. They are so small, so tiny, but looking at them, they look real and look very big. All this was created. The set was created. I saw it. I was privileged to see it. I was at the studio and I saw all this. No be green. What do we call green background? Green screen, not green screen. The tables were real. The chairs, the frames on the wall, everything.
If you're a creative person, you will love this. written. Check. action. In stop motion world, there are no limitations. There's nothing you can't achieve. You can tell a story. You can share your dreams. As far as you can imagine, the only thing that can stop you is you and your imaginations. There are things that humans won't be able to do, but with animations, you can achieve it. Do you remember those cartoons we used to watch? That vehicle, a big truck, we run them through. They will become flat on the ground, and they will still get up and start running again. So things you can achieve in real world, you can achieve them in animation world. It has to do with your imagination, creativity. That determines how far you can go. Nothing can stop you. This is another one, I guess. This is another one. Okay, so we'll be going back to Zoom. Wow, these people are creating magics already. So we're going back to Zoom. We'll be having a special conversation right now with one of our facilitators. It's also time for us to put off the lights so that we can have a clearer screen. Today's gift will be shared at the end of the class. You said? Which table is going to win?
Listening to DJ.
But there's something I want to tell you about this table. Please, that might be considered in judging them. Their facilitator or instructor left them alone for long. And still they were working. So we'll be having the person we'll be having a conversation with now is a stop motion animator. A stop motion animator. We had a conversation with a set designer yesterday. That's Robert Dessou. Also with puppet fabrication, and stop motion animator, Georgina Aents. And also we spoke to the producer of Guillermo de Toro Pinocchio, Melina Coombs. So today we'll be talking to animators. So this one is going to be a different experience. Stop motion animators. And by the time this person will be speaking today, you will be able to understand because you are already an animator yourself. You've done things already today. So let's get ready. By exactly 1 o'clock, we are going to go live. And that's 7 minutes away. So instructors, you might want to start rounding up. How do we call your tables? Do we use number or do you have names? Table 1, table 2, table 3, table 4. So please, if we are to address this table, essay, if we are to address this table, what name? You guys should have table Team 419. Adebayo.
Team Ace.
Team Ace. ACE. Team Ace. Amazing. Others, what team are you? If you're ready, let me know. What's your team name? We need to be able to tag you, identify you with a name. What did you call your name here? Asauna. Team what? Team what? Team Baka. They said they are Team Yabatek. Team Ace, Team Yabatek. What team is this, please? Anime. Team Anime. Or Hadibi. You guys say now you get the name from down somewhere. Anime. Team Anime. Okay, Ace, Anime, Yabatek, Anime. The removed nation. We have 2 teams here. What are your names, please? Team Mafia. Arsenal Cup. This is everything at football. What team is this? Wow, these guys are serious. What do you call it again?
Motion Stars.
Motion Stars. Wow. Team Motion Stars. The last team is on Team Oni. Team what? Shining Champions. Beautiful. Yabatek want to change their name. Team Yabatek want to change their name. Team Ace, Team Anime, Shining Stars. What's that name again? Motion Star, Shining Champions, and Team Yabatek now are going to be called SMA. Which one is SMA? What does it stand for? They are sticking to Yabatek. Team Yabatek. So 4 minutes more. Team A is already taking pictures with their instructor. Daniela, what's happening? At the count of 3, what do you say? No, they are just having fun. Are you ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Team what? Okay, please let's settle down. Let's put down the tables. The Zoom is on. Settle down. Put down the tables. Put down the tables from your tables. Please remove the tables from your table. Scatter your studios, please. Sorry. Yes, our guest is online right now, right? Am I correct? Our guest is online. Our guest has joined. I believe for those of us who have not started eating, we can do that quietly as we listen to the conversation. Sit in a way you can see the screen. It has been an amazing workshop. You have gained knowledge. You're not the same as yesterday. This is not the same people I met in the morning yesterday. When I met you yesterday, you couldn't create any of this. But right now, you are a professional animator. We're making progress. There's something I want to say. This is to encourage us. Remember that we're going to pick just 10 people from this group of people we have right now. Don't let that discourage you. Don't allow that stop you. I will give you an instance. Have you noticed that most of these people that go for all these reality TV shows, music shows, whatever, most of them don't even really, what's the word now? Make it out there. It's the ones that did not go for the shows that are always at the top. I'm just giving an instance to encourage someone. So don't say because you're not selected from this workshop, you're going to give up on your dream. Please don't. Please. She started alone without support, and she's here today. So don't let this knowledge go to waste. I just want to encourage you, please. In case we can't take more than 10, I wish we could, but we can't take more than 10. But in case you don't meet up the number, please don't give up. Please. You might even do better than the selected ones. You know, that's life. Seriously. Okay. How is it on the lights? For a better screen experience, where will I find the switch?
Thank you. Hey, Cassie? The echo. If I turn around, so I need to look. Oh, which camera is pointing? Okay, this one. Oh, yeah.
Hello. Can't hear anyone.
The Zoom link, you'd have to check the light. I don't know. microphone. It can't be on this. It's not my, okay. Cassie, can you hear me now?
Yes, perfectly, yes.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. Okay, cool. So you're welcome. We are at the workshop, and we've been looking forward to having you. We've had an amazing time today with the amateurs, and the students, the participants here have been animating, they have been making poses, they have gone through the process of the work cycle.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, there's nothing more amazing for you to be joining the class at this time, because you will be able to attend to some of the questions that we would have towards even making some of the best kind of sequences going forward. Many of them are actually getting to use the Armature for the very first time. So it's it's exciting what the possibilities are, and we're glad that you're joining us, and we're looking forward to getting to connect the dots for the animation sequences. But before we go ahead, we're going to read a citation, of the things that you have done, the stuff you have achieved, over the years, so that everyone here can have a good picture, of where you have come from, in terms of the work you've done and all, and then we can relate to you based on, these things. And so we would have a citation, and then we would have a conversation as well. Yeah.
Okay.
So thank you very much. It's so good to have you.
It's great to be here.
We feel very privileged, actually. So let's go.
Guys, please, let's show our appreciation to Casey. Thank you very much. Casey Salagard is highly skilled stop-motion character animator, known for bringing nuanced performances to life through meticulous frame-by-frame animation. He was part of the animation team on Guillermo del Toro Pinocchio, which won the Academy Award for the Best Animated Feature, and also contributed to the acclaimed stop-motion anthology, The House, for which he received a Primetime Emmy Award for individual achievement in character animation. His works also include a range of independent and short-form stop-motion projects, such as The Voiceover, Santa Crisis, and other experimental character animation pieces, showcasing his ability to combine technical precision and expressive storytelling in stop-motion filmmaking. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the world's best stop-motion animators, please celebrate with me, Casey Salagard.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it's okay. We're excited, and we want to go straight because we know we don't have all the time in the world. But first things first, it's always good that we're able to connect to whom we are speaking with. And so, Casey, if you can hear me, I would first of all like you to tell us, why stop motion animation. Tell us a little bit of the backstory that got you into stop motion. You could have done a whole lot of stuff, and somehow in the midst of it all, it was stop motion animation. So please tell us why.
Okay. Well, first of all, it's great to see you all together there. It looks like you're having a great time. And yes, hello from Denmark. I'm Casey, stop motion animator, as you were nicely introduced. I do have to point out that there was a mistake there. I haven't worked on Pinocchio's Guillermo del Toro. I don't know if I think we lost it. Hello?
Okay.
Now carry on. Yes, I haven't worked on Pinocchio, Guillermo del Toro's Pinocchio. I was on Isle of Dogs, however, a Wes Anderson movie, and on the last feature film that Ica is currently about to release. So yeah, that was, in fact, that was a project I would have loved to be part of, but unfortunately it didn't happen for me. But it also how it goes in the career. But talking about how I got into stop motion, well, I must say that it was pretty much a accident, I would say. There was a part of me that was very curious about animation in general, but I still got to it quite late, at least stop motion side. I come from Venice. That's where I studied fine arts. I majored in sculpture and did some illustration on the side. And I heard about a stop motion or an animation course in the Valencia University in Spain. So when I finished my studies in Italy, I went to Spain because I was curious and I wanted to try it. And I end up doing a course over there. I end up doing a little master class as well that required me to do a work experience in an animation studio. And the case just wanted me to, work in a little stop motion project that was going on in a studio in Valencia. And that's where I had my first encounter with the professional world and with stop motion as a discipline. And so because the studio environment was, it was pretty fertile, I think. There was a lot of things that you were asked to do and you were involved and you had the responsibility over. I was immediately, tucked away from it, and I also felt that it was something that I could strive for, that I could try and do on my own. So I think that's where the bug bit me for sure. I think that's where I understood that it was something that I was so fascinated about, that there was so much to learn, and there was a lot of overlap as well with the things that I already knew at that point. I could sculpt, of course, so I knew I had some knowledge about silicons and mold making. Of course, I did photography as well in uni. So I had, idea of how to light subjects, do some still lifes and things like that. I could draw as well, of course, and yeah, it all came together. And of course, the animation side of it was the newest part. So that was even more exciting because I knew nothing about it, and it felt like a whole world to explore. And it just felt natural. I think I fell in love with the whole process. The animation side of things became my thing after years. I think after years of trying different things within the stop motion context. Yeah.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello. Yeah, I can hear you. It's breaking a bit. Sorry. Is there a reason that the sound is happening that way? Network. Okay. All right. Cassie, I would want to break down what you said to them, and then I would because there's a bit of a breakage. We've had this conversation before, and so I would say that Cassie has had a background in arts. Significant background in arts, and then he started out in Venice, Spain, and then of course, Venice in Italy, and then eventually he did go to Spain. So some of his initial stop motion opportunities came up in Spain, but I see a lot of similarity, in his story with many of our stories, of many times, stop motion or even whatever it is that we're doing, not being that, it's something that you specifically planned for, but something came up along the way, you know, and you saw an opportunity of what you are good at. You just suddenly like this. It just came up. It wasn't like it was in the plan, you know, and it just came up and you're like, yeah, this fits in for me, and then, you know, and then suddenly becomes your career force or something like that. And so Kes's story is kind of in that direction, you know, and then of course, you know, eventually he's worked on projects, major projects around the world. You know, he's worked in projects in Laika and the likes of and Pinocchio and all. So he had significant, you know, experience. You know, when I did talk to Melanie, you know, about, you know, some of the, you know, biggest, you know, and most accomplished animators, you know, around the world, that would be able to relate with the kind of animation that we're trying to build here. You know, Melanie, you were one of the first people that Melanie actually mentioned, you know, and it was very exciting to actually meet you. Our questions, so like I said in the beginning that most of our participants here, you know, have participated in working with the amateurs. And so my first question, and my question is on behalf of the participants, is that when you want to animate a sequence, what, you know, and you have the idea, okay, this is what I want to do. I want to maybe animate a walk, I want to animate a dance, you know, I want to animate somebody eating. What should be your first thoughts in your mind? What should be your thoughts? What should be your plan? You know, how do you start off a sequence before you touch the armature, before you touch the puppet? What are the first thoughts that should be on your mind?
Is this for a production, or is this for a short film for your own project, or? Esther.
Cassie, did you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So
can you hear?
You're listening. Yes, I can hear you too.
Yeah, I just had a question for you, and I was trying to, but it's okay. I was trying to figure out if you were meaning in a production, in a professional environment, or if you were perhaps working on your own project, on a short film, for example.
Yeah.
Because they're kind of different realms, I guess. If I was working on a feature film or a professional job, the first thing for sure would be to have a conversation with the director and to try and understand what the intention of the scene is. So it's really trying to understand what is the best acting performance or action that you can offer to the director in order to sell whatever the story is. There are many options as to what you could do and could feel right for the shots, you know, and that's kind of can vary, and that's the beauty of you know, the individual capacity that each animator have to contribute to the project. And so what you do is perhaps some explorations of what you would offer in that case. You could also make a lab. You could also film a lab if you want to. That's also a great tool for the director to see what your intentions are before you start animating or even blocking. But yeah, mainly what you want to understand is what is that the director wants from that shot, from that sequence, and what the action, what the emotion. So sometimes as animators, we're called, especially when we start, we have things that we want to try because we're curious about. We have our own perspective of what would look good, but perhaps we don't have the overview. We don't have a sense of the whole movie. And so that's why we rely on the director's vision to sort of bring it all together. So the challenge really is to find what the best solution is for what is required for that shot. It might be something quite simple, maybe even boring, you could say, to animate, but the challenge is to make it perfect, basically, to make it the most consistent with what the sequence or the show is all about, basically. Yeah.
Hello, Casey.
Yep.
Okay. No, I didn't hear what you said last.
Oh, yes.
Sorry.
Is my microphone a bit low, or should I talk louder?
No, it's breaking.
Oh, I see.
Okay, you're switching. Awesome. Please switch. Oh, sorry, it's breaking. So I'm hearing a bit of what you're saying, then I'm not hearing a bit of what you're saying. So the last part of what you said, I didn't hear.
Oh, okay. So what I was saying is that ultimately our goal in a professional environment is to understand what the director wants us, because we trust the director to know what the vision is and what is required in every individual shots. Obviously, we have some directors give you a lot of liberty, but ultimately they're the ones that will make that call and will know what will work best for the shot. Okay. So,
but Casey, what about when you are the one making the decision?
Yes.
Yeah. When you're the one making decision?
Well, in that case, I would be the director, and I would try to reference, to understand what the story is trying to tell. Where are we in the story? What perhaps the symbolism, the poetry, what is trying to convey from an emotional level. That would give me a context as per what would work for that specific shot, how long it needs to be as well, and how big, how intense those movements and those emotions should be expressed. So yeah, that's the kind of reflection. Yeah.
So you're saying that for us to be able to work on a sequence, the reference is crucial. So what kind of references, and we're really coming, the references are so important here, so what kind of reference would you recommend, for younger people that are just walking into stop motion? What kind of references would you recommend for them? Like for me, my favorite kind of reference is looking at the action a couple of times, maybe on a video or somebody else. I just ask somebody else to do it, and then I do it many times. Whatever it is that I want to animate, I do it many times, so I can feel it. I feel what bones in my body is moving. I can feel the joints, I can feel the action, I can feel the stresses, on my muscles, and then I can animate. So I don't animate like I'm looking at the visual. I animate because I'm animating what I feel. But you have a whole lot more experience, than I do. And so I would ask that what would be an ideal reference for folks just starting out?
Well, I don't think there's an ideal reference as such, one that would fit all. I guess I think it's. I remember listening to this interview to Spike Jonze and about a movie that he directed years ago now, Her, which is very. It's very prominent, I guess, now that we're in the AI sort of era. But the question to him was, how does he come to write his stories and what he decides to direct generally? And he said something pretty interesting, that he was saying that he had a collection of stories, little thoughts that he would have, little, little sparks of things that could be turned potentially into a story, but he just kept away and maybe go back to them occasionally to add some other things that he might have thought about. And I think what I found very fascinating about the process of that creative process, which is I think something that I find that I think artists have in common, is to collect things, and to just maybe learn to wait for the right moment where those things are more relevant perhaps and more compelling. But really those references can come from anywhere. It could be a film you've watched, it could be an animation you've watched, it could be somebody you saw on the street doing something or saying something in a certain way, and it's really more developing an eye for observation and trying to understand what's happening from a more mechanical point of view, I guess, of how how you could translate that into a puppet and what's working. Obviously, having live reference, footage that you can reference on a frame by frame basis is great. If you know where to get that reference, that's great. But perhaps you are challenged with a shot and you don't know where to find exactly what you need, so you might act it out yourself. Find somebody that could act it out for you, and perhaps it's still not there. So you still have to rely on your instincts to sort of bring to life whatever it is that you're envisioning. And that requires obviously a bit of personal skill as well, a bit of experience for sure, and animating also without reference in a way, yes. Okay. Understanding the timing and the spacing, all those technical requirements, I guess, to be a good stop motion animator or an animator.
Okay, Cassie, I would like you to explain timing and spacing, but
yes.
I think you could put off your video if it will help with the bandwidth. You shouldn't.
You want me to turn off my video?
Okay. Okay. You can have your video on. Because I want the people in the space to hear. I can still see low bandwidth. I need to hear about timing and spacing. It's one of the most important parts, of this. Okay. So I would like you to explain, because in stop motion animation, what makes your work stand out, to a very large extent, is your understanding of timing and spacing. Being able to time, properly, and then your spacing responds to the time, depending on what you want to achieve with the movement, because all the movements are not the same, so as you move, for example, your hands, you don't move them at the same pacing, and all of that. So I would like you to speak to timing and spacing, and then and use maybe a couple of examples to be able to bring it home. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do it. So when we're talking about timing and spacing, the two principles, very important principles of animation, and basically when we're talking about spacing, we're talking about how big those increments should be to define a specific movement. For example, an arm that lifting up an arm. I don't know if you can see me, but if, for example, my hand is here and I just want to scratch my ear, the question is like, okay, so how long will it take for my hand to get to my ear, and how fast should that be? So that could be pretty relative. If it's a fast movement, that would be a specific amount of frames. If it's a slow movement, there would be a different time frame, different timing or different amount of frames. The difference between the two is the spacing. So, and the amount of frames, of course. The spacing will determine the amount of images that you need from A to B, and the spacing is how big those increments are. You know, say this is frame 1, this is frame 2, this is frame 3, this is frame 4, this is frame 5. If it was an even smaller movement, then those increments are going to be even smaller. And the things we usually think about are, okay, well, what's the arc? What's the arc of the motion? So the hand is never going to move in a straight line, for example, as any sort of organic thing will move. It will usually move in a sort of arc, whether it is a smooth or whether the arc is very pronounced or not. It's always going to be an arc. It's never going to be a perfectly straight line unless it's something very mechanical. Maybe it could be a machine or something like that. So you always have to keep in mind that those sort of things. And also within, for example, the action of the hand, there are also other things that are happening that are just as important as the spacing. When I say, yes, I'm moving my hand from A to B, but there are other things that are part of what constitutes the movement of the hand, which is, you know, your elbow, you have your wrist, and then you have your fingers as well. So you might want to, for instance, you might want to anticipate where you're with your elbow for some reason, because maybe, I don't know, maybe there was a fly on your ear and maybe you want to do that first before you go for your hand. And so there is what you would call an anticipation. There's a bit of overlap, which means that the first part that you're moving overlaps with the second part, which would be maybe your wrist, which is delayed, and then it goes, and then it sort of follows through past perhaps the point where you want to get to, and then it actually finally hits your face. But this is all very technical, I think. It is very important, but it is something that you have to experiment with a lot, because there are many sort of timings and spacing formulas within the way we move as animals, as human beings, and they're all slightly different from each other. So it is interesting, and it's very important to try to experiment to see how each of them behaves and what brings to life what a human motion is. You know, also. For example, when I'm animating something very subtle, like somebody breathing, for example, it's important, you know, the spacing on a breathing, for example, is very small, because breathing is a very slow movement, right? So the increments are very small. Sometimes the puppets you have don't really allow you that much precision, that much control over it. So maybe sometimes you're just animating the fabric to make it look like they're breathing in and then breathing out. Maybe you're lifting the shoulders and then lowering it to make it look like I'm breathing. But yes, it is important also to understand when something so subtle is meaningful for you and it's visible. You know, if a character is not doing much, is just looking around, then a breathe is very noticeable. But if they're frenetically moving, then you just lose that, and it's not even worth your time, I think, because you won't see it. Yeah. And we could talk about, you know, many examples, but I think that's, I guess it would be very useful to analyze something specific. It's kind of harder to generally talk about spacing, but yeah, it's definitely a very important principle of animation.
Yeah, you would be.
Can you still hear me, Esther?
Casey, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So I said that it would be good if we had a specific an example, maybe in the work cycle that talks a bit about spacing, because I also want you to be able to talk about differences in works. The subtleties.
Could you speak a little closer to the mic because I can't hear you very well? I think your voice is very low.
Okay, it's very loud. Okay, so is it good now?
No, can't hear you.
Okay, it's very. Oh, you need it.
Yeah, there you go. No, 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 no.
Casey. Hello. Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Casey, can you hear me?
Yes. There's a bit of a buzz in the background, but I can hear you.
You
yes.
can hear me. Okay,
Yeah.
but I can't hear you. Let me see. Casey, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I can hear you now. Okay. So I said that in terms of when we create work cycles,
Yes.
and there's a bit of disparity, because like today part of the participants that have worked on the work cycles, they have come up with very unique poses, in the work cycle. And I recognize that some of this uniqueness in these poses for the work cycle affects the personality of the character that is being portrayed.
Yeah.
So I would like you to throw in more light into how we can create character personality differences.
Mhm. Oh, I can't hear you anymore.
Which I can tell what kind of person somebody is. Over the years, that's what I do. From the work, I can tell a lot about different people. And so in what ways can we reflect that in a character walk?
Yes. Well, first of all, you want to have a good understanding of what the character is about, what his state of mind or her state of mind is. It could be reflected into their demeanor, of course. You say by the main position. How strong that pose is will definitely give us a good sense of if they're tired, if they're angry, if they're happy. There are so many elements that we can slightly tweak to give us that nuance that we usually need to understand someone's walk cycle. There's so many elements in a walk cycle that could go into defining that. First of all, as we were talking about time before, I guess the pace of a walk is the first element I would think about. How fast the walk is. Already within the realm of speed, there's already a lot of attitudes and typology of mind state, I guess, or physical state that we can talk about. I guess if somebody is is very frenetic, could be very nervous. Of course, the timing is going to be quite big, quite broad. The movement is going to be quite broad and snappy. And that could be, you know, the mind state could be, you know, somebody that has, and that could tell us a story about somebody that perhaps just is walking and suddenly forgot or remembered that they left the stove on or something, and they need to go back home, and so they maybe go from a relaxed walk to suddenly a very snappy and you know, alert walk, and so the pace changes. The body language is different. It goes from maybe a relaxed, you know, everything is a bit more slow and sinuous, and then suddenly they wake up, they realize something, and it's all happening in their head, but it's very visible in their body as well. And it goes from there perhaps to maybe they start even running back home or something like that. So there are many ways to convey that, I guess, from a very technical perspective. You know, what happens in their head is, I think, the main thing that we want to understand. What's the subtext? What's happening? What are they thinking? And how could that be translated into actions? It's hard to say, oh, you should do this or you should do that, because it's really just a matter of what the specific circumstance is. But in terms of defining a mind state or an attitude or a character, I think that's, you know, there's a lot of stereotypes, I guess, that we use or that we based our understanding. You know, there's the way we perceive certain attitudes and certain demeanors. It's perhaps very standardized, and our understanding of it could also change. Also, in different countries, it could be very different posture or very different way of expressing the same feeling. You know, maybe in Japan, when somebody is struck or impressed by something, they make this sound, which is very peculiar, and that could for somebody maybe Westerner, that could sound like maybe that they haven't understood something properly, and maybe they're like asking a question, but it really is just they're expressing their enthusiasm and the fact that they're gobsmacked by something, you know. So it's really trying to create that dictionary, you know, that sort of vocabulary of what visually represents what and how it could be expressed in a nuanced way. So I think those are the sort of thoughts that I would go to, and without necessarily, you know, saying this is that or this is this. It's more like, oh, does this express what I'm trying to convey? And I think a good question is also, when we observe somebody doing something or saying something and then acting and doing something based on what they just said or thought, I think we should ask ourselves, if we're looking at them and we don't hear perhaps what they're saying or we don't know what they're thinking, can we still understand what they're doing based on what just the action and the visuals? You know, can we understand why they're doing something? And so if we go backwards and we're deconstructing an action that way, it puts us in the place where we're trying to understand what of the things that we're seeing are making us understand that that's in fact their state of mind, or that's in fact what they mean by something that they're saying, and that's obviously usually very evident by the way they move and act. So yeah, it's like a backwards exercise, if you want. Just like, okay, well, an example would be I mean, something very simple. We'll say that maybe somebody is calling their dog, for example, and initially we don't really see the dog, but we just see somebody that is, waving and making maybe gestures, and we don't know why they're doing that. And then suddenly they do something that makes us understand that they are actually talking to a dog. Maybe maybe they're crouching down and they start clapping their hands, or maybe they start, whistling, or maybe they're just doing weird gestures that make us understand that they're talking to someone that is very small, that perhaps is moving very fast, and perhaps is making them impatient or something like that. So just by observing that, we should be able to understand that they are in fact talking to a dog, and we should question that. I think we should question why it becomes obvious to us that that's what's happening. Yeah. Oh, you're muted, Esther.
Muted. Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, you can hear me now.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So you're touching on some very important points when it comes to animating. I've actually taken notes because I realized that everybody here may not be able to get all of the points. So I'm trying to put all of them in context, because visual representation is huge for characterization, for the animation process. You're also talking about, attitude, being also role player in whatever it is, the action somebody's going to make. Attitude is crucial because it determines the strength of the pose. Obviously, attitude and state of mind, they're obviously working together. So I want to ask, because you gave an example that I found very interesting, and you said that somebody can move from a relaxed work to an alert work. That means, for example, if somebody was going out and suddenly discovered that he forgot his keys, in Nigeria, the context would be that if you stepped out of here and you realized you left your handset on the table, you can, because you know that in a second, it has happened to me, that's why. So you left your handset on the table here, and then you go outside, and then you suddenly realize so there's a way you will come back that will be different from the way you're walking out. So Casey, I want to ask, how do you transition during a walk from the relaxed walk? So obviously, the visual representation of that, without a word being said, would already depict that something has just happened in that character's mind. But how do you depict it? Transitioning from a relaxed walk into a frantic walk.
Okay. Oh, yeah. So, of course, that's a very interesting exercise to do. Actually, I think also just to understand how to transition from a normal walk to perhaps a run or something slightly different. Well, there's two aspects that I think we should think about when transitioning from a normal walk to a different walk. I guess in this case, a frenetic walk. There are two things that are happening. One is, as I was talking about before, there's a subtext. There's something happening in our character's mind that will make that evident, and that will inherently translate into our body, and our body will have to still work within its own limits, I guess, unless it's a very cartoony animation, and then anything can happen. Really, they could start floating in the air if they wanted to in a cartoony situation. But if we're talking about more realistic animation, usually whatever changes will always have to respond to the laws of body mechanics and gravity and all of that. So perhaps our posture is more relaxed, but still within a balanced point of view. Is still balanced, and then maybe we can define that mindset, the change of mindset in a posture that perhaps is a little bit off balance. So we could transition from something more relaxed, more balanced, more centered, to something that perhaps then breaks that position, that body position, into something that is perhaps a little off. And then usually to transition from a walk to a run, we need to lower our center of gravity. So usually when we transition to a fast walk, we lower our hips, we bend our knees more, and then we can do our first step to start accelerating that walk. So it would gradually, the increments are going to gradually become bigger and bigger, to define that the change of pace and that speed, the spacing is going to change, and the timing is going to change as well.
Okay.
So those are some of the considerations
so
that we should have, I
the
guess.
last sentence you said, you talked about increments. Now
Yeah.
increments is something that I'm not sure they have talked about in any of the classes that we've had today. And it's very important that we recognize that when you're animating, that as you create movement, the movement it's not done because it will be linear. If every movement that you're moving, like move, then I take a picture, then you move, then you take a picture. Now, the equality of that movement, you understand, makes it linear. Casey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So the equality, I need to hear me, because so that if there's anything I'm saying, that it's not the absolute what happens everywhere, but I'm speaking from personal experience, that when the movement is too equal, then the movement becomes linear. It doesn't have the ease, the flow of the movement. It needs to be increasing. It needs to be increasingly incremental. That means that if your movement starts with the ease in will become more subtle, and so you'd have smaller. Then as it gets gradually bigger, and then when the movement is coming to an end, it starts getting smaller back. You understand? So it's not like, okay, let me do that with my hands. It's not like it needs to be, your very first movement is almost not visually perceivable. It's sometimes just a touch, and then you touch, but then even in the touch, there must be direction. Casey, I would also like you to speak to what I just said now, and then I would like you to speak to it in terms of direction. Because over the years, I've also recognized the fact that if you've moved like this and like this, as in one direction, and any of the movements opposes that direction, it will make the movement epileptic. That means the character will suddenly look a little confused. So Casey, can you speak to that?
Okay. Yeah, sure. yeah, I mean, what you're talking about, the ease in and the ease out of the increments. Yes, let's start from that. I think every movement that has a start and an end usually starts from acceleration or deceleration and it ends in a deceleration. And those are usually defined by, as you said, just the change of spacing between those increments.
Okay.
So I think that's what you were trying to explain your students, that yeah, there's always a acceleration, a deceleration in a movement that has an origin and an end, I guess. Yeah. And then in terms of what was the other
Direction.
the direction? Okay. Yeah, I think before I mentioned following an arc and how some gestures perhaps, or just how a biological or an animal would move, it would always follow an arc, as opposed to perhaps a very linear or very straight movement, unless it's a machine, as I was saying, unless it's something that is on some tracks, that it really always moves in a straight line. That's usually quite rare, you know. If we observe perhaps the path of a bird, you know, we look at it, and from the distance it might look like they're flying in a straight line, but if we look closely, they are always, you know, they're always moving in an arc, whether that's a very defined arc or a very shallow arc, I guess, if you want. So yeah, that's what I think about when you talk about
When I'm
direction.
also talking about direction, I'm also referring to, you know, when movement is being made and it's moved in a specific direction.
Okay.
What happens when you have one of the movements in the other direction different from? Okay, I'll give you a typical example. When you're animating for a character to breathe, that's like you're doing the stay alive for a character that is not currently actively moving. You know, maybe the character is an extra in your project. Now, so you're just keeping the character alive. Now you sort of like touch the fabric around the chest area of the character to just create the sense of breathing. Now, if so, and then for breathing, there's the breathe in, and then there's the breathe out. You know, sort of, poses. Now, my question is, now when you're supposed to breathe in, and then it's the direction, you know, of the breathing is slightly different from what you know, the direction you have been moving, you know, because breathe in, breathe out is kind of consistent in a way, depending on the character's state of mind. You know, when you move, the movement is in a different direction from that. You know, what's the impact? What's the impact, you know, on the quality of the animation?
Oh, I see what you're. Okay, I see where you're trying. Okay, so obviously there's as you say, there is a direction. Yeah, I understand what you mean by direction. Now, when you're breathing in, as you were saying, you would, you know, your lungs are filling up with air, and so what usually you see is the chest area, the shoulders. There's a series of things that are happening in your body that perhaps you wouldn't see otherwise if there's a lot of something bigger happening. But if it's very still, that you would see perhaps the shoulders are raising, the chest is expanding, and it's all going consistently in the same direction for the breathe in phase, I suppose. And then before we breathe out, which would then be a change of pace, perhaps you have a pause, you know, when you keep the air in, and then you breathe out, and after that, it's like reaching a peak. You just maybe slow down as well. There's an ease into that. And then you hold maybe for 4 frames or even, and then you change direction and go the opposite way. Just to define the opposite of it, which is just exhaling the whole oxygen that you've inhaled, and so the chest air would be going the opposite direction. Everything would be going generally in a downward direction. So it is important to keep that consistent, because if you don't, it might not read as a breathe. Otherwise, it might just read as, it could just read like as the clothes are bubbling or just like boiling a little bit.
That.
It just becomes something else.
Yeah. Does anybody have a question for him? Anybody have a question for Casey? No questions? Yes. Okay, you have a question. Okay, so Casey, one more question. We just have 3 minutes, 3 minutes more in this session. So one more question.
Let's see.
Okay.
It's regarding the breathing process, like you mentioned.
Okay.
If the model is wearing an outfit right now, is there going to be like a string attached to it, like using pulling it? Because I'm trying to imagine me pulling the outfit to represent the breathing technique. My hands will still be there constantly. So how do we achieve that technique with my hands not showing, basically?
Okay. Casey, did you hear the question?
No, I couldn't hear her, unfortunately.
Okay.
Would you mind?
What she's asking is, when you're doing the breathing technique for the characters, how do you ensure that what you do in terms of when you have to press the cloth down to show that there's a breathe out, and then pull the clothes up, when there's a breathing, how do you ensure that those positions are upheld?
Are okay. So you mean if the increments are the right size? Is that what you mean?
No. How do you ensure that when you press the chest down, it stays there?
Oh, it stays there.
Take the picture.
Okay.
Okay, and let me add to it. And the silicone, for example, if the character's chest was silicone, and then you had fabric on it, and then you're trying to make the chest go up and down, do you have to rig the clothing with maybe aluminum foil or something? Or you could just work with the silicone and maintain the poses?
Yeah, I think, for sure it is dependent on what type of puppet you're working with and what it's allowing in terms of movement. If your puppet doesn't have, a lot of articulations, or just the possibility to be animated in a way that is that subtle, maybe the shoulders don't have a much range, or it's hard for you to access the chest and to have that that sense of the chest growing just by perhaps tilting it upwards and then opening the shoulders out. If you're not able to do that, because we're talking about very small increments here, and it's a very challenging thing to do for sure. So if we don't have that sort of capabilities, we try to cheat it by using the clothes if they're allowing us to be moved. If they're a little loose, then you can rise and lower the whatever clothes they're wearing in that moment, just to give a sense of the character breathing. Of course, that's all. It's also a matter of timing and spacing, and that would also define the type of breathing we have and the type of state of mind. If somebody is nervous, obviously it's a faster pace, and it might be even more forgiving in terms of how many times can you raise the clothes in one direction and lower it in the opposite. Sometimes if you're even able, if you're allowed or able to animate something so slow, or you're not able, sorry, if you're not able to animate something so slow with so many increments, maybe you can choose to leave the pose for more than 2 frames. Maybe you can leave it there for 3 and then change and then continue going the same direction, meaning that you're animating now on 3s, which is a third of the speed basically that you normally animate out. This is another thing. But yeah.
Casey, thank you so much. You have contributed significantly to the animation process today. There are a lot of things that we're figuring out as we go, but this is huge, for dealing with all the nuggets, and all the questions involved in trying to make our work cycles better. And some of the things we should be thinking about. So thank you so much. Thank you for your time. It's been amazing. Thank you, and we look forward to connecting again. Yes.
Thank you, and good luck to all of you, and continue having fun with stop motion.
All right, thank you, really appreciate that. Okay. Christian, is Christian online? It's online, awesome. Christian, can you hear me?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can.
Good.
Okay.
Hi, yes, sir.
Okay, Bob, I cannot see you. Okay.
Can you see me now?
I'm still waiting. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay, you can't see him yet. Oh,
you can't see me?
Yes, I can see you now. I can see you well. Awesome.
Good.
So, Christian, it's so good to see you again.
Good to see you again.
Yes, we have been looking forward to all of these sessions, and so because for us, animation is the part that it's either you get it or you don't get it, and so it's exciting that where folks that have been able to accomplish quite a bit with animation and tell amazing stories just by animating characters and puppets, can show us, can share some tips and some expert advice from experience, and also share your story, because we're so eager to hear your story. Then it gives us, it gives us leverage, so that we don't have to go to all the struggles to figure out something you would say in probably 5 minutes, and then it will take us probably like a whole year, because there are a couple of things that you probably say in the next 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and it will take maybe some 2-5 years to be able to figure out on your own. And for us, that's absolutely exciting stuff, especially when we want to be able to produce unique stuff as well. So before we go ahead, we want to read a citation of some of the stuff you have done, and then you have achieved over the years, so that participants can relate with what your experience has been and some of the things that you would tell us today. So, yeah.
Sounds good.
All right.
Thank you very much. Guys, please let's welcome Christian one more time. Christian Kim Lashin is an international respected stop-motion animator known for his powerful character performances and contributions to some of the most celebrated animated films of recent years. He was part of the animation team for Guillermo del Toro Pinocchio, which won the Academy Award for the Best Animated Feature. And he also worked on acclaimed productions, including Kubo and The Two Strings, Missing Links, and Paranormal. Known for his deep understanding of movements, emotions, and physical storytelling, Kristen's work continues to inspire animators and strengthen the global craft of stop motion filmmaking. Ladies and gentlemen, a prolific stop motion animator, please give it up for Kristen Lashin. Please, a round of applause for him.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. We want to first of all ask you some of the parts that we didn't hear in the citation is, tell us about Kristen Larsen before stop motion, and why did you choose stop motion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I grew up in Norway, which is a very small country, cold climate, and I did from a very young age. I was always into arts and drawing all the time, painting, comic books, and I think a lot of like physical like toys. So like Legos, and that made me always into playing with like kind of say dolls, you can say. So I think in university I got introduced to stop motion because we did all like the techniques, CG animation and drawing, but it was always the physical of the stop motion puppets, that I could have something in front of me and I could move it, and then it would, I could see it right away moving. So that really I fell in love with. Instead of on the computer, I have something, it's a character, but I can't touch it, which is, I found that process of animation more appealing to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you chose stop motion because you just fell in love with it.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Was it just what were the opportunities that made it, that established that? Because sometimes in terms of love, for stop motion, was it something that you built on your own? Was it what did you do? What did you do that made stop motion happen for you?
I was also always really into sculpting with clay, and just having making my own characters was always really fun to me, and just working with my hands instead, like in the physical world, instead of just drawing them. And when I had the character physical, kind of bridging that into animation, actually making it come alive, that felt really magical.
Wow. Okay. It obviously appears that you kind of like all the same things that I like. Before I kind of got into stop motion, because obviously I started stop motion from toys, from dolls, and I had this tremendous love for Lego.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah, I loved Lego. I was always buying Lego, for some years, and so it's amazing that I'm hearing that again, and all of that. And so we've had a very interesting experience here today. because we've been having an animation workshop, and we have been using our Armature, the ball and sockets Armature that we have made in our studio here in Lagos, and we are having participants explore the Armature in such a way that they are looking at what exactly they could use, they could do with it. One of the things that obviously we are excited about the Armature is because it helps us to do more than we could have done with aluminium. It presents a whole lot of durability, for us to be able to do more projects without breaking, having to replace several puppets. And so they're gaining lots of familiarity with it. Today we have paid a lot of attention to the work cycle, trying to see, all of the poses of the work cycle. We've paid a lot of attention to the 5 critical poses, which is the contact, the down, the pass pose, the up, and then the final contact pose. And so I would like you to be able to talk about the work cycle. What would be the best approach, and maybe not best, but what would be a unique approach to being able to do a very good work cycle? Maybe we should even say that if you wanted to do a work cycle right now, and then you probably have a sort of idea of what, the character's state of mind, attitude, and all of that. Can you walk us through that process?
Yeah, sure. I think like a walk is also kind of acting. So you got to find out who is the character, how old they are. Is it a woman? Is it a man? Are they athletic? Are they maybe out of shape? So it's all these kind of questions to answer first. So because it's funny because every human walks kind of different, and so there's so much acting in just the walk as well. And so yeah, after you kind of answer all those questions, I would start looking for reference. So I could try filming myself, and if so say it's like an old woman walking, I would maybe try and look for reference for that and try and act it out myself. But since I'm not an old woman, maybe it wouldn't be the best reference. I could try and like act the best as I could. If that wouldn't work, maybe I would ask someone I know that would fit that role better. And film. Always look for reference. And you can film, for example, in different angles. It depends on where, like, the angle you want the animation to be, and try and film those angles. And maybe also like from the front and the side, so you can really see how much increments the character would do. And especially in a walk, I find weight really, really important. Yeah. Because always to go forward, you need to come off balance. So I would, start with that, kind of falling off balance, and then you catch yourself. So it's basically controlled falling. Yeah. And for the weights, you need to, yeah, you did all the main poses, right? You know, the key poses. So it's really important to look for the hip movements, because that's where all like the weight hits, and you transfer it over to the next leg. And yeah, just be very observant by the video reference you took. And sometimes you can even, like, when you film yourself, you can make tape little points on your body. So say I'm wearing like a black t-shirt right now. You can have like a white tape going along my shoulders, my hips, just to see how much everything tilts, how everything moves forward. And then it's much easier to see the increments and where everything, when you land, you can see how much I tilt when I walk and I do my left leg forward. I would tilt my right torso, and yeah, having those points on your body can really simplify you into more like like a stick man, and it's way easier to see what's going on actually in your body.
Okay. Kristen, I'm going to pick up on what you said, and I found it very interesting when you talked about an old woman walking, and because I see that when an old lady is walking, there's some unique discrepancies, something different from the regular walk. I want to ask you, because for most of the folks here, when a walk is being done, you would expect that if the right leg is in the front, you know, you would expect that the left hand would be at the back. You know, like the swing military kind of marching kind of situation where you have right leg front, the back, the hands, the left hand, you know, would be, you know, like in the opposite. Sorry, I'm making a mistake here. So if the right leg is in front, then the hand on top of it will be at the back. Would that be,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
would be it? Yes, exactly. Sorry, I was mixing up. So now, but I realized that when you're dealing with an old woman, I realized that they don't move their hands so much. You know, because they probably can't swing as much as someone who is much younger. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Very good point. Because when you get older, your range of motion is limited, and yeah, so you maybe put in a less rotation on that, and also say you're gonna act it out yourself. I think, yeah, when you're an old person, things start to hurt. You don't need to be that old even. But yeah, act it out as you have like a back pain, and you're more careful with your steps even. So take everything slower, and I think that yeah, it's a really good point when doing older people
Okay.
acting
So
out older people.
does that mean that for things that appear to be rules, for maybe a work cycle, there are times that you would have to break it?
Yes, certainly. There's always like the principles you need to keep in mind. I find you just need to adapt it to your character and keep true to that basically. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because I sometimes one of the things that occurs, when doing animation or stop motion, there are lots of rules that guide the process. For work cycles, for example, probably things like anticipation and all the principles. But then, as an artist, or an animator, one of the things that you would also learn is how to break the rules. It's important you know the rules, but it's also important that in being able to express yourself to the fullness of you, you'd also understand that these rules, were made by people with some sort of experience, and that is still within the confines of what you can do to break them. If you have an understanding of it. Would that be correct?
Yeah. There's almost always exceptions to the rules, to the animation rules per se. But it's important to know all the principles, I think, to make good animation. And then, yeah, then you can start more experiment and having fun. Yeah, come up with your new ideas and experiment.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Now for the rig, because without proper rigging, we really can't get, very good animation. From my own understanding, I understand that for stop motion animation, control is everything. Your ability to be able to restrict movements that you are not making, so that the only movements you get are the movements that you're intentionally doing. So in what ways can we maximize the use of the rig? Now, in terms of the rig, I'm talking about, like, for example, there's the rig system that has to do with the tie downs, and then there's the rig system that has to do with the attachments that we attach to the armature or to the puppet. Can you speak a bit about, can you tell us a bit about how best, to rig for a work cycle?
Yeah, of course.
All right.
I think the most important with the rig is that it's just holds every positions you're trying to make, so your puppet doesn't fall over.
Okay.
And that's the same with armature as well. You need to tension it well enough. I prefer to have everything as loose as possible, but strong enough to hold every position I'm trying to make.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the rigs, it's really important that you can have enough control over it, make small enough adjustments that you need.
Okay.
And say you have the puppets gonna walk across the screen, so the rig is gonna hold every position, so and make small enough increments, I would say.
Okay. Okay. So,
Yes.
okay. For the tensioning that you made reference to, you say that you like it to be free flowing. Yeah, I would like to refer to the participants here. Do you understand what he means by tensioning? Okay, tensioning. Tensioning is, when you hold the armature, You know, how many people have held the armature here? As in, like, you've held it, oh, not like you saw it, or you saw the next person doing it. You actually moved, bent the joints. Good. Now, you'd notice that when you bend the joints, there's a certain firmness that it gives. Now, if you happen to have bent different joints, you notice that the firmness of the joints are not the same. That some are freer than some. Now, that's what he's talking about. That he likes the joints to be more free-flowing so that you can achieve your movements with a bit of flowing, but it's still firm enough to hold the pose. Now, because every time we animate, we hold the Allen key, you know, to manage the tensioning, so that the tensioning at the parent's joint is more than the tensioning at the child joint. Now, when I mean parents, I mean that the joint that is upper, that, you know, for example, I can move my shoulders like this, you know, and this only responds to this. That means my elbow, any movement my shoulder makes, my elbow just has to follow it. It doesn't have a choice. Whereas I can move my elbow like this, and then nothing happens at my shoulder. Because my shoulder is the parent, and then the elbow is the child. You know, so the parent always controls the child. So for me, tensioning means sometimes that the parent is usually a bit firmer than the child's joints. And so for what he's saying is that when it's free-flowing, it allows you to animate easily. You know, sometimes I worry about free-flowing because sometimes it moves a little too much for me. But then if I have all of the control from the rigging, then the free-flowing is the best, you know, because nothing is going to move without me moving it. So we are going to talk about it in the homing session just after this, you know, but I want you to just take note of the tensioning. And so, Christian?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to explain what you were saying, you know, about
Yeah, no,
tensioning.
I think that's really important.
Yes.
And that's the way I also prefer it, to kind of have a hierarchy of the tension. So yeah, looser, and so you don't move when you move the arm, so it doesn't move the whole body. And exactly.
Okay. So for the Armature, we use a double socket Armature. That's double sockets. You know, for all of the joints. You know, we recognize that some amateurs also use, you know, especially the ones that are CNC machined. You know, they have a single ball amateur. So for me, I discovered that socket has advantages. The movements, you know, a little extra, you know, after you have bent, you know, maybe your main elbow joint, and then you add a little bit of the extra. Is that something that's, you know, like, is it really like an advantage, you know, or it's just better off that we walk towards the single ball joints? You know, what would you think are the you know, the extras here?
Sorry, the audio cut out a little bit. Were you asking the difference benefits between a single joint and a double joint?
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like in a single joint, you only have, of course, one. So you have more that control.
Okay.
But in a double joint, in a puppet, say you have it in the elbow, the benefit is that you can sometimes get the whole bend, like what I'm doing now with my arm. Get it really squashed. So you have more range of motion. Sometimes with single joints, it can stop, like say you can only do 90 degrees or yeah, probably a little bit more. But that's like a known problem, especially when you get like clothes on the puppets and I don't know, silicone skin underneath that can really limit the movement a lot of times. So double joints can help overcome those challenges, and you can really get more range of motion, I would say, in a double joint.
Okay, awesome. So I'm just talking about, I wanted him to be able to throw light on the armature itself, you know, because our armatures were made here. So when you hear someone who's had experience with lots of armatures, you know, talk about it, so you know that what you have in your hands, you know, meets up. Do you have any questions for Christian? You have now. Okay, go ahead. Does he have a microphone? Okay. Maybe you should give him this.
I wanted to ask that what is the simplest type of stop motion a beginner like me can start with? Because I went online yesterday and I saw different types like Lego, clay, paper cutout. So I wanted to know which one is the easiest for me.
Yeah, good question. I could maybe cutout could be the easiest animation to start with. You can have you only need like a table basically and a camera. And if you can mount the camera so it's pointing straight down on the table, then you don't need any rigs or anything to hold up. You can cut out your animation. I don't know, if you have a character, you can cut it out in paper and you can just move it around the table. And with that, you can maybe use a little wax or something to keep them on place. But since it's on the table flat, the gravity would take care of the rest. And you basically just move the objects around the table in a more top-down view. So it's more like a 2D image. And I think that, yeah, basically would be the easiest way to start stop motion.
Okay.
Was that understandable?
Yeah, it's understandable. Okay, any other questions? Okay, awesome. Good. Okay.
Good afternoon. Yeah, so my question is concerning the timing and timing and spacing. So let's say you are doing a stop motion, you are shooting a stop motion photo or video. Okay, my question is, how are you able to, make the stop motion video? How are you able to make it maybe fast? I don't know, because I don't know the frame question, but how do you make the stop motion video, like, to not look so slow, even though I don't know, just the time framing, the correct time framing for stop motion video. That's just what I want to know.
Okay. Christian?
Yes, the audio cut out a little bit.
So I think he's asking about the frame rates.
Oh, okay.
It sounds more like frame rates to me when you say to speed it up. Because he's talking about the video, the speed of the video. So it sounds, I don't know. What do you think? Because if it's the speed of the video, it looks like the frame per second, over and above the spacing. Christian, can you speak to that?
Yeah, on your animation, you can always choose what frame rate you want to animate in. So Dragon Frame is the software I'm usually use. And so I can put it to show, for example, 24 frames a second, which is film, the usual frame rate. And yeah, so we can set it to 12 or yeah. Then it will be like more choppy, but it still would totally work. With increments, I would just try and experiment, basically. Making bigger movements with your puppets will make it look faster.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, did that answer it?
Yes, you answered it elaborately very well. You know, like you touched on speed in relation to frame rate, and then you also in relation to spacing. You know, like because when you have bigger movements, it's faster. No doubt about it. For example, if you wanted to throw a punch, you know, at someone, you know, you wouldn't want to do it like, you know, you wouldn't do it in small breaks. You know, you take it from the beginning, you do your anticipation, and then you throw it all the way. You know, so you probably not have so much of 1, 2, 3. You know, you might just have 1, 2, and then maybe 3 for the person to have a reaction. You know, and all of that, depending on how big the punch is, like that. So the spacing is big because it's very fast. Most of the time, when somebody gives somebody a punch, you know, it's so fast that the person that receives the punch does not see it coming. You know, it takes an expert eye to be able to see it, to dodge it. In fact, I think in boxing, you know, one of the reasons you have all those like head movements and everything is to help you anticipate where the punch is coming, so that you would have headroom. You know, so that when the punch is already coming, you're already moving away already. So you just add a little bit of extra to dodge it. You know, that kind of thing, because it's so fast. You know, so that's when you're talking about speed, that's where really like spacing comes in, like that.
Yep.
I just wanted to add to what you said.
Yeah, a punch is a really good example.
Okay, so we have like 3 questions now. What? Oh, okay. Please, the microphone. Yeah, we have like 1, 2, and we have 3. Looks like 4. Okay.
Hello.
Hello, yeah.
What I want to ask is, doing the animation, like, how do you edit the rig on the body, like doing the animation?
Okay.
Attached to it.
All right. Okay. Christian, he's asking, when you use the rig to animate a character, how do you take it off?
Take off the rig?
Yeah. How do you take off the rig so it doesn't show in the final animation?
Oh, yeah, no, that's a really good question. Sometimes, like in the old days, they would try and rig to the characters so it would actually hide in the frame. So say I'm the character in frame, they would always like rig and try and like hide it in the back, for example. More nowadays, we would paint it out digitally. And so that means, say I have this character here, and he's connected with this pen as the rig. So we would, after the animation, we would take out the puppet and take what we call a clean plate. So we get a image just of the background, so we have a clean image. And then we have, say, this rig is overlapping all this area in frame. And we would take that clean plate and put it behind. And then basically, we would erase this line in, say, After Effects or Photoshop. So it's a bit more yeah, work to get rid of the rigs. But that's basically how they do it.
Okay, did you get that? You know, it's you paint it out, just crop it out. You know, once you have a background plate, that background plate is the clean plate is very important, because you will not be able to get it consistent if you don't have that. Because if you just sort of like erase it or paint it out, you would have some disparities. But once you have that, you know, like before you start animating, you know, and none of those things are there, you take a picture first, so that whenever you're cleaning off the rig, it reveals that picture. So you probably, let's say you use the eraser tool, and then you erase the rig part, that part that the rig is, it now shows you that background plate. So it's like the rig was never there. You know, what he talked about at first was that I do that a lot. In fact, that's what I do most. I've hardly ever had to erase rigs. You know, not a lot. Very few times we've had to erase rigs. We hide the rig in the sets. So we just look for things to justify, you know, something around the character. You know, like maybe a flower. Something, you know, that adds to the story. You know, or in the foreground, that just blocks off the rig somehow, you know. And then, of course, many times in your stories and all of that, you know, you have like secondary things, you know, that just adds to the interest. So for folks, so they'll be like, oh wow, they really had some very nice props. Some of the props, they are covering things, you know, because there are a lot of things, especially when you have an elaborate rigging system. You know, for example, if you're using a winder rig is bigger than the usual, like ball and socket, you know, alone rig. So you have to have something, you know, significant covering it, you know, because it won't be all the time that you want to like digitally remove the rig. Yeah. A question.
Okay, so my own question is regarding if you are trying to do a stop motion animation of like a ball bouncing, because I've done like the 3D animation of a ball bouncing, but I'm trying to understand how you can get that effect, but this time with stop motion animation. Because you know when the ball is bouncing, kind of stretches and
Squashes.
Squashes and stretches. How do you now achieve that with stop motion animation?
Okay, Christian?
Yeah.
Okay.
To yeah, say a ball, I would probably use like plasticine, because it's so sculptable. So you can yeah, basically sculpt every shape you want. Say in a puppet is a bit more tricky, because it's not, say I have this puppet here. So right now he would be stretched. Say he's like jumping across screen. And he's basically a bouncing ball as well. So in air, he would kind of run like this. And when he's going down, he would stretch. And when he lands, he would totally squash. So it's all about you sculpting to the image. And for a ball, yeah, I would totally use plasticine or clay to achieve all the shapes.
Yeah, definitely. I think I would also imagine that too. That because materials like silicone will not they will not squash and stretch. You know, they would not. You know, so it's more of a clay sort of like shaping thing. You know, to reshape the ball. You know, using clay. And clay that is not the dry type. You know, it's more of the flexible, maybe something like polymer clay. you know, or plasticine. Plasticine is perfect. Like that. Okay. Next question. All right.
Okay, good afternoon. Good
Good
afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yeah.
Okay. We made a video earlier when we were doing the workshop practice.
Awesome.
And when I watched the video, there was like background. The background, there was shadow because people were passing. Then I asked the question, I was like, how can we remove this shadow? And my team was like, oh, I don't think we can remove it, and it does not really mean. But if we want to remove that background, like the shadow at the background, would we like put another background to remove the shadow? Or is there a way we can actually remove the background, sorry, the shadow from the background, sorry.
Okay.
The shadow.
From background. Okay. I don't know. Christian.
Yes.
She's asking if when you have already shot, because I know that this sounds more in stop motion. You want to do more of prevention, you know. But let me
Yes.
steal your question. So let me just ask it for you. You know. So how do you remove the shadows? Now it has happened. It has happened. It shouldn't happen, but it has happened that, you know, there are shadows in the background, you know, or things that shouldn't be in the background. You know, how do you take it out?
It's a little bit the same as removing a rig, which is a big process because you need to paint it out, take a clean picture of the background, and do it digitally. So I would personally try and avoid getting unwanted objects in the background while I'm shooting the animation. Try and get as constant light as possible. Being say in like a dark room where no other light source can come in. Only the lights you're using to light up your actual set. So it's just, as you said, like preventing all these things before you start shooting is my advice, unfortunately. Else it becomes a lot of work.
It's always prevention is it. You know, so I would add to her question, you know, because obviously in stop motion, when you have somebody walk past, there's a light problem. Maybe the light, there was one, let's say you're using like 4 lights. Then one of the lights just did one kind, you know, in a new shot. As far as stop motion is concerned, it's a mistake. You understand? And if you want your stop motion to be high quality, mistakes are unacceptable. They are unacceptable. You accept it, you regret it. Everything you say, let me manage like that. You know, considering the lifespan of stop motion projects, every time you see it, you will remember that you could have corrected it. You know, so mistakes are completely, you know, unacceptable. Mistakes like this are a complete no-no. Like lights, like shadows, like, you know, if for example, at that moment, when you took the shot, maybe a shadow happened, and you noticed, then you take another one. You take another one, then you delete that one. You know, but if it's something that has already happened, like within a space of time, and the character you've animated far and all of that, you know, as far as I'm concerned, just consider that shot to be practice. You know, you practiced exactly. You haven't shot. You know, we've had sequences that we've done maybe like 2 days. You know, and we've been doing it for like 2 days, and then we discovered that, you know, it didn't work. You know, we kind of like start over again. You know, so it's a no completely. Okay, next question.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Yeah.
My question is based on the material on the body of the Armature.
Okay.
I noticed the one he was holding was made of clay, since he said he started out with sculpting. So I wanted to know, is it that you can choose other material like silicone that you mentioned, felt and foam? Are they acceptable, or they are just standard materials?
Okay. Christian, from what I saw from the Armature you lifted up, it looks 3D printed to me.
Oh yeah, this is called Sticky Bones. It's from a company that makes more like practice. It's more like actually for posing, but you can totally use it to animate. So it's all like made of plastic, plastic parts. It has magnets in its feet, so you can stand. And you can also put in like tie downs, which if you're gonna animate, that would be preferable. But you can find this online. A lot of different versions. I would say it's basically like a more advanced Lego in the articulations. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
so it's kind of more of a training sort of Armature. It's plastic.
Yes. Like you could cover it maybe with clay and costumes, but then because it's plastic, it wouldn't hold as strong as a metal armature.
It won't hold as much, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So from my experience, because when I was doing animation class in Poland, I remember that I used these sticky bones. I used it for the animation. So it's a very solid plastic, you know, but it doesn't have the same strength as a metal armature and all of
Exactly.
that. It's really, really cool. Next question. I saw one more person.
Good afternoon, everybody.
All right.
So I have a follow-up question concerning the mistake part. So assuming that you make a mistake in your shooting and then you instantly realize it, can you delete that footage alone without losing the whole timeline, or you have to start all over again?
Okay.
So going to my own personal question, what lighting technique makes a puppet look more realistic?
What lighting? Oh, lighting. Okay, all right. Okay, Christian. Two questions.
Yeah.
If you make a mistake on a particular frame, can you delete it?
Yeah.
And then take it again. And then the second question is, what kind of lighting, you know, can you use to light your characters in your story that's most realistic?
Yes. Yeah. So the first question is, when I animate, I often discover that I've done a mistake, and that's kind of the painful curse of stop motion. You have to delete the frame, and it's totally possible to go back, but then you need to find the position that your puppet previously was in. So sometimes if your puppet is doing more like a slow movement when you discover the mistake, sometimes I need to delete more frames to go back to a movement where they were doing a bigger movement. So it's easier to get the puppet back into the position and match it. But that's why it's always good to go really slow and study everything in your frame to not make the mistakes. But I do it all the time, so it does happen. So you don't need to start all over again, but sometimes you need to, actually. If you can't get the puppet back to position, and that's the most painful.
It's painful.
Yes.
Very painful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Any question? I saw somebody down there.
Oh, the second question.
Okay, lighting, yes.
Lighting. I'm not that experienced with lighting a set and puppets, but I think just getting more like softer lighting, for example, would be more realistic. I know in feature production, we use a lot of big plates of styrofoam, for example, to bounce the light to make it more soft. Because if you have a lamp, you would have a very concentrated light source, and then it would look like, yeah, basically you're shining a lamp on someone. But if you make it somehow softer, it would make it more realistic, I believe.
Yes, definitely it would be.
Yeah, often like you're shining a light, if you have a reflector on top in the roof, you will get more like a soft light from the top, like more like a skylight.
Yeah, I noticed that, you know, on stop motion sets, you know, that they have lots of light accessories, light color, like gels, reflectors, soft boxes, you know, lights of different sizes. In fact, Dragon Frame, from what I also observed, you know, Dragon Frame has a hardware called DMX, you know, that allows you to be able to manage the lighting, especially in case you wanted to animate it, so that the lighting changes with each shot, you know, something like that. Yeah, so lighting is soft lighting is definitely always a better quality, except maybe if the object is has specular highlights, maybe, but then soft light is always it. I love that answer. Yeah. Okay, for lights. Yeah.
Sorry, my question is it only amateurs that can enable the use of stop motion? Like, for example, if I were to animate the process of water being poured into a cup, can I use stop motion?
Christian?
Yeah, sorry.
She asked that, can she use stop motion for water being poured
Oh,
into a cup?
water. That's, yeah, yes. I animated water before. Or was it water?
Can you use stop motion for water? Can you stop motion?
Sorry, what did you say?
Can you stop motion? Can you make a stop motion animation using water?
Water itself is tricky because it's hard to manipulate and make it hold its position. Usually, when I try to animate something that looks like water, you can use some transparent gels that you can manipulate and move around, and it would hold its positions. And but water is like a notoriously hard thing to get look like real in stop motion. But there's a lot of techniques. You can use like a glue gun, you know, melted glue, and make little water drops. There's something called the museum gel we use a lot that you can totally shape, and it's all transparent, so it looks like water.
Looks like water. Yeah. So yeah. So you can animate water. You can animate water with something that looks like water. You know, for example, if you use hair gel, you know this
Yeah.
hair gel. Yeah. It looks exactly like water on camera. And the beautiful thing about hair gel is that you can control it. So, for example, if a character is sweating, you know, and then there's the sweat going down on the side, you know, you could put a bit of gel, you know, and then run it down. You know, just make sure that it's not like solid, like there, but you could just run it down, and then in that way you've already animated fluid, you know, or maybe you're fetching water from a well, and then, you want to take the water. Using gel is it's beautiful, because it allows you to take it and then move the water gradually into the container that you want to pack it in, and then it allows you to be able to pour it out, like in a flowing way, like that. So gel is perfect because it looks like water. In fact, when you pour it, you just think that the person is pouring water, especially if you have taken note of the viscosity of the gel in your animation, because if it's too slow or it moves in a certain way, immediately the person will figure out that this is not water. But if you allow it to flow like water, with your timing and spacing, then it will just be perfect.
Last question.
Yeah,
Alright.
last question.
Hello. Okay. My question goes this way. After realizing that the shadow affects the background, since you are going to change the background, is it possible to change the background using stop motion?
Sorry?
Is it possible to change the background using stop motion?
I didn't get the
Or
question.
do we make use of any other app?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Using stop motion studio.
Studio.
Okay, yes, of course. I didn't get that because stop motion is not an app.
Okay.
Stop motion itself is not an app. You
Alright.
understand? It's an art.
Art.
You understand? So then, but you can use applications to achieve it. So I didn't get that. No. You can use stop motion studio to do that. Yeah, again. So is that all the questions? Okay, you have a question. Okay. All right. So please ask Christian. There's some questions that you shouldn't go across.
I want to ask, what if you have a motion that is kind of steady, and you want to you can't control how it moves, but you want to get those movements so as to get a stop motion of it and share.
Is it like a live action?
Yes, a live action. So maybe you want to take a stop motion of it, then try to
stop motion of what?
A live, like you said, water now. Maybe there is a running water now, and you don't want to take example from it, so that you don't want to go through the step of finding hair. So you want to just take a live shot, then you do the stop motion stuff.
Okay. Christian, last question. He's asking. It appears like a stop motion cheat, but let me ask you, because obviously you have a whole lot of more experience. He's asking that, can you get stop motion shots for water, for example? Or maybe smoke or something, something that you can't control. Can you get stop motion shots from it?
Like real water and put it into
like real fire.
And comp it together with stop motion. Sorry, I didn't.
No, can you get stop motion shots from it?
To put it into your animation?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess you can film something and then animate on top of it after. Is that what you mean?
I understand, because it's a cheat, really. It's trying to cheat, because stop motion is really, having to move things and take the picture. So if the moment there is no control, it's no longer stop motion.
Yeah, exactly.
It's no longer stop motion. That's essentially it. Christian, thank you so much. We are beginning to go past our time. But you definitely you have helped us a lot. I have learned a lot, from this session. So I can imagine, how much impact this has made to all of participants and students of Yaba College of Technology. We are so glad. Many of the pointers, like I said in the beginning, that there are many of them are things that will take you a lot of time to figure out. But we just get it, like within the 1 hour that we have spent, conversing with you. So thank you so much. Thank you for your time. And thank you for having to go through the process with us, in Lagos. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
And good luck there. Have fun with all the animations and good luck on all your projects.
Okay. So we look forward to connecting going forward. Yes. Thank you.
Cool.
Awesome.
All right. Take care.
Okay.
Right.
Bye.
Wow. Thank you. Ouch. Okay. So well, before we go, okay. All right.
Thank you very much, Ma. Please, can we put our hands together for our host? I noticed you talk for hours without drinking water. This last session was smoother than the first one.
Yes.
The network was better now. Okay, according to our program, we are supposed to have animation practicals. So that's what is next. Practical. Back to workshop. So what you're going to do now is different from what you've been doing. You're going to have a project. You're going to have a team. You're going to work on the project, and you're going to finish it. Are we ready? Are we ready? Great animators of our time, are you ready? So who's going to coordinate this session now? Or do you have anything you want to say additionally?
No, I don't want to take out of the time of the animation. I was just trying to look at a few things that I know that we didn't have enough time to explain because of the time of the session. So things like frame rates. Do you all have an understanding of what frame rate does to the animation? Like most of the time, like with the stop motion studio, I don't know what frame rate. Did you talk about the frame rate of the settings? Because frame rate is in a way the quality of your work to a very large extent is frame rate too. If your work is going to be recognized like, as end of the line work internationally, frame rate is key. Okay, after, all right. So yeah. So frame rates, basically, let me just break it down. 24 frames per second is industry standard. So it means that you need 24 pictures for a second, and it makes your animation clean. Over the research has shown that when you have 24 frames in every second, the animation is smooth. So, but if your style is not smooth animation, which is fine, it can be 12 frames per second. 12 frames per second is a bit, like tacky, but then it's still animation. You still get what the movement is, and all of that. But then you have to, it's always important that you can make the decision. Not that the frame rate will be there, you not know what it is, but it will be controlling all that is happening. It's important that you know that 24 frames per second is industry standard. I do not advise that we use 24 frames today. You understand? Because we will not live here. You understand? For the next, God knows how many days, we'll still be animating. So you want to use something like 12. So that if you've taken 12 pictures, or even if it's possible less, you know that you have gotten 1 second. Because sometimes to take one picture, it's crazy in a set. To take one picture sometimes could take as long as maybe 3 hours. If you have to put everything in place, set it up and all of that. but then, it's always worth it in the end. It's always worth it. It's just a process that rewards, but then note that 24 frames per second is industry standard, and you should try to keep up to it. Yeah, that's all I want to say. I don't want to say more than that.
Thank you
All right.
very much, Ma.
Yeah.
Talking about the movement, somebody asked a question about the movement. I felt like something you will even get to learn or know better when you start working on it. Because if what you have in mind is this kind of movement, you want this hand to move very fast to the front, and you took your pictures and the hand is not moving fast, you will know what to do, either to make it faster, or you slow it down, then you get. So there are a lot of things on our mind that we'll get to know. Experience is going to teach us. So just be calm and ready to just have an open mind and get ready to shoot. And remember, I still have power banks for new winners. The old takers, we know your faces. Old takers like SA, Ayomide, Taiwo. She got one yesterday too.
Okay.
So please mark the old takers so that they will not take your whole power bank today. Now, okay.
Okay, I have a question.
Auntie Joy.
Thank you, sir. I have a question before please, you guys can come back in. Instructors, please bring your amateurs back in. We are going to have a proper animation now. Thank you. My first question is, why do you need a reference? The first Casey talked about reference. We all know what reference is, Nabi. Sorry? To get the motion. You know the motion now.
Reference is like a guide of knowing like the timing, the observation of your project before you start it. That's what reference is about.
Observation of your project.
Yes. The timing and the pacing.
Timing and spacing is a word, though. Don't even let's go there. You don't want to answer that question. So let's not do timing and spacing right now. Let's come back to our level. Thank you. Why do you need a reference?
Okay, the reference basically serves as a guide. The reference basically.
The battle is real.
Okay. The reference serve as a guide for you to guide you on the process of what you want to do. So let's say, for instance, you want to create a story regarding a folklore, and you just have to look for a reference of someone that has done something like that, so that it can guide you on how to do it without you taking so much time overthinking, looking at how he placed the postures of the models, and so on and so forth.
Okay, I think that works. But I'm asking of reference for a particular movement. Like now, today we are going to be doing just this, and this. Why do you need a reference for that? I don't need this table too much now. On that table.
It helps so your work doesn't end up looking robotic, like for you to keep that human element of the movement.
Oh, clap now, easy. So that your walking does not look robotic. And your character not be walking like this. I saw one animation on one table, I can't remember. And I was like, easy. Okay, so any other person? I come back. Sorry, apologies.
As you said earlier, reference about the movement. So it's about knowing the timing. Just like what you said before. The timing and the body language of a old lady is going to be different from a normal one. So with reference, it's going to guide you on how you are going to do the body language and the movement.
Yeah. Clap for him now, I know easy, body language. So I think that takes me to my second question. How do you determine the emotion of your character? I know this character that we're looking right now is just the skeleton of the character. Before God breathes life into them, they have a skeleton. So how do you determine, just looking at this Armature now, just this skeleton that you're seeing, how do you determine the emotion by your movements? How do I know that your character is not walking angrily? I saw one and I was telling them that their character is a female. You see this table? Yes. The way when I saw their animation working, I'm like, this character is a female. Just because of the way the character works. So how do you determine the emotion, or how somebody can say, oh, this you're trying to animate an old woman, you're trying to
Okay, so if you want to show an expression of the Armature now, since it does not have a face, so it's through the posture, the shoulder, the ribs, and the support from the ridge that we determine, okay, maybe this character is happy or sad.
That shows that we are all listening. We are all in class. Clap for it now. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next question is very the next question is very wide, but it's just going to be about timing and spacing. That was what I was telling this young man. Don't go to where you cannot finish. So it's going to be about timing and spacing. The first instructor talked about timing and spacing. The second instructor talked about timing and spacing. So in your own word, let's come back to, those ones, they are professionals, world-class professionals. So in your own, we newcomers that want to just learn it, what do you understand by timing and spacing? This brother, what did he up there? He was in class. Sit down for front seat, you get why?
So what timing is all about is like knowing like the distance, like the frames you are going to use like the way we did for the Armature now. So timing is like it's going to give us like the frames we are going to use, like maybe like 10 frames or 12 frames. While spacing is like knowing like extra details of how the character breathes in or breathes out.
Thank you. Any other? This power bank must power bank. Oh, we must power something.
Timing is how long an action takes, and spacing is how far the object moves between frames.
She was in class. She was in class. Clap for her. Power bank.
Timing is the number of positions that make up in a timeline. While spacing is the position between how fast and how slow the Armature will be.
Wow, that's also a very brilliant way to put it. Please, let's clap. Thank you guys so much. That just shows that indeed we have the future of stop motion animation sitting down here with us. So all our instructors, are they on their tables? Your final project has a lot of things to determine, so let's take it a bit serious.
Menzo, your people are waiting for you. The ACE team. Let me go over the name again. Yapatek team. What's this team again? The team. Enablement. Okay. The shining champions. And these are your names. You said the rookies. you had the name earlier. The rookies. Imagine rookies working with Armature. So enjoy your section. We'll be back with you shortly.
listening to DJ Kaboom. DJ can move.
my people, how is it going? How it's going? Where's that show, man? How's the project going? Animators. Some are designing sets already. Amazing job. This note will round it up.
Listening to DJ Kakakaroon.
I love the team spirit, the unity. Of all of that. To the young architects in the house, we have a senior architect in the building, a very successful one, doing very, very great job. Okay, he's blocking your light. Now, wow. That's the architect I'm talking about. So where are the architects in the house? You should meet Mr. Tofarati Badamosi, the husband of our host. He's a great architect, doing amazing works, chopping money. That one is very important. And I always tell him I want to be like him.
So in addition to that, can I have the house? In addition to that, I don't know whether you have heard about HACON, Architect Registration Council of Nigeria. So you are supposed to be, by the time you are through, you are supposed to register with our so that you can practice. That's where it works. So look at his face now.
They want to take a picture so that when they come to your office, they will show you. We'll get the chance to do that.
You're
And
listening
in
to
anything
DJ
you're doing in life,
Kakaroo.
if your family is not supporting you, it's probably going to be very difficult for you to make it. Because when the feedback from outside is not too good, but you get to the house and they tell you, we believe in you, you can do it, you will go a long way. I'm proud to let you know that the sweet mother of our host is here. Grandma, you won't even know that she's a grandma. She's looking sweet 16. Please, ladies and gentlemen, the beautiful mother of our host, please help me celebrate Mrs. Bamboye. She's here, looking like an ND1 student. Please make it louder. Should I stop there? Are you sure Bobo and Bebe will forgive me? They are hiding. I'll stop there. But watch out for a series, a stop motion series on Bebe and Bobo. That's coming out soon. Or is it out already? So we have a few more minutes to go. I understand some of us are rounding up already. How many more minutes? Let me check. I think you have about 20 is too much. You don't want, you are enjoying this, Abby. Can you see what is going on? Madam Esther, can you see what is going on? I said I was saying they have about 5 more minutes. They were saying they want 20 more minutes. So they are actually enjoying the practical. Nobody is tired. Nobody wants to rush home. Wow. If it was the conversations now, they would have been asking me that Alpha, is that Christian zone was more. So you have 10 more minutes, right? Remember, I still have 10 kVA solar inverter power bank. But I have a good news for you guys. The good news is that we have 5 power banks and we have 5 teams. So which means, in a way, one will go to one team. To each table, although it has to be for one person. When the time comes, we'll decide. It's not per team. Yes, it's per team, but one person will have to go home with it. So when that time comes, we'll decide. There's a way we are going to get it done. Don't worry. A very interesting way. Keep the team spirit up. Keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. I hope you're almost done. How many more minutes do you need to finish your project? He said 1 hour. We'll give you 10 days. I'm sure you have a script. I'm sure you have a script. You have a goal. You have something you want to achieve. Are you almost there? Oshe, Damu, Akile. You dey enjoy you. No be with that. Kama jaye loloko. A Kemi Badamose film. Oh boy, it's this set. Oh, that's Joy. See Joy. Who is this one? Is that David? He never pay. Akile. Akile, they ask for money. Oh. Oh boy, see money. Oh. You've left your project. You're watching a finished one. But we're actually enjoying it. Oh, did you notice? Captivating. That one resembles Yellow David. 5 more minutes. This is the real Baba here. The voice you're hearing. Look at him here. He's still there with him drink for real life. Is anyone done? Anything?
Presenting something. Be reminded that you are presenting something, yes. Actually, not 5 minutes again.
Di méjì oyè Lucy. Baba nìyẹn. You see that 7 minutes movie probably took them 3 years to shoot. How many days? Very long, Abby.
About it. The thing about Drunken Dreams was that we started making Drunken Dreams way back as 2012. We started making it in 2012, and then we finished making it in 2020. Yeah. No, in terms of, it wasn't like it was the only thing we were doing. So it was by the side. So it was, I think probably even, 2012. Yeah, it was probably the longest. Wearing so good, it was toys, and all of that. There was even a film that we made before we finished this one. But it's the earliest. I'll tell you one very funny story that happened with Drunken Dreams. Well, I was still making the working on the dolls, because we use dolls here. We moved house. So in the movement, in one of the cars, we put the dolls at the back. So I don't know what happened. Whether they closed the boot, then the boot opened back on its own. This automatic Sienna boot that opens if it doesn't hold well. So it opened, and we're inside. So some children that were passing saw and they packed everything. And they packed. Yes, they packed everything away. Thank God somebody saw. No, the car was parked outside. So they just packed everything away. I don't think I've been that livid before. Somebody now saw them, and took us to where they stay, and when I got there, when I treated them with police. Because for me, it looked like they stole all the future for me. That was what it was, so it was, no. So in full. I wanted to give them, but I couldn't reward stealing. So I wanted to give them 1 or 2 of it, but then it would be rewarding the idea that they actually carried it away. It would have been. I used to wonder that if I had not seen it that day, I would have been broken. But I don't know. I can't tell.
When I came to the studio last week, the time is up actually. I also noticed that children will love that studio a lot. Children will love your studio a lot. If they discover there, they'll be coming there every day. Because those things looks like they are even adults. I mean. All right, time up, please, everyone. Now we are saying time up. I'm hearing move, 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 move. Your amateur will start running now when you when you're done with your production. You will see an amateur that has been walking slowly, or amateur that has been given the body language of a 90-year-old man, suddenly become a toddler and started running. Because this move, eh? You can actually continue after we are done. Is it for 30 already? Okay, so I want to give us a tip of what we're about to do next. And it's going to be for a very short period. It's not like what we've been doing. It's not a long section. According to what I'm seeing here, it's just 15 minutes. So we'll be talking to someone over the Zoom. And the person will be talking about the internship. So the next in our program is internship announcements. So this person will be telling us what it entails, the benefits, everything that has to do about the internship for those that will be selected at the end. And those people are here. You are looking at them, you're conversing with them, you're touching them, you're playing with them, you're working together. I don't know them. We don't know them yet. But 10 people will be selected at the end. But before then, we would like to put us through, tell us more about the internship so that you know what to expect and be eager to be part of the list. Ladies and gentlemen, on this note, okay, can we have your attention, please? Please sit down, scatter your set. Oh, should you leave the set? Leave your set, leave your set. It's easier for someone who is not an animator. To say scatter your set. That's the same way they will be looking at Madame Esther when she came and not coming to angrily collect her toys back. They won't know that those are years of works. To them, they are Lori toys. They were serious buy. Wow, $50,000. So please, let's settle down. The time frame. Let's settle down, please, and turn our attention to the stage. What you're doing now is against the law of stop motion. There is stop in the name. And we are saying you should stop the motion now. S-T-O-P, stop. Ladies and gentlemen, our guest is here. Please quickly, let's put our house in order. We've been having a great workshop since. I'm going to hand over to Madam Kemi Esther Badamosi. Please, one more time, help me celebrate her. Please don't get tired of clapping.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Michael. Oh, yeah, you can hear me. Can I hear you?
Can you guys hear me? I can hear you. Hi.
Yeah, your voice is low.
Can you hear me? I can hear you.
I can hear you. Amazing.
Okay.
I can hear you. I can hear you. Yes. I'm so good to see you. Yes, to have you as part of our workshop here at Yaba Tech. You know, it's an amazing privilege, and it feels like a full circle in some way. You know, considering the fact that you know we did connect. I think 2022, if I remember, yeah. You know, and you know he reached out to me. He was doing his PhD project in the US at that time he's a professor now in the US, and he's worked in African studies. So I think in entertainment or something in that relation, African media studies, something like that. Yes, and then he has been studying the growth of our studio. So he's come 2022. I think he also came 2024. So he has kept tab of how animation has grown over time. At the time he came, we were really just at the beginning of our international journey in that sense. And he came from an academic perspective. And for the very first time, I must say, and that I always felt that stop motion wasn't something that could resonate in the academic system, because it was something I found outside of it. But he was able to make me understand that for animation to truly be sustained, over years in, year out, it needs to be connected with the academic system. And so it just became a matter of time for us to find ways to synergize and connect with the academic system. So definitely you have that credit, that somehow you became that pointer. I remember having to speak in Unilag, I think more than one time, about stop motion and, our growth and, possibilities, animation and all of that. We've had our films, on some of your stages as well. So it's been an amazing journey, and all. And so it just made, all sense that he would be part of, the workshop. We've had, some very amazing people, and he's been one, many times when he's part of our processes, because I think there was a time you came to spend a month at our studio, crazy, and just understanding how we did things from day to day. These are things that, when he can make reference to, and it's a real life growth thing. We're obviously not where we were at in 2022. Even though we felt 22 was a big deal, we are much more advanced. So we recognize the fact that if you can advance from then to now, you understand that means there's still room, for advancement. So thank you very much. It's amazing, and we're grateful to have you. We don't want to cut into your time because we know that you're making the announcements about the internship at our studio, and then you're going to be talking about it and also sharing, what ideas or thoughts that students should have in approaching that. He truly has been an amazing interface between, our systems in also trying to grow the animation space and the academia, and he definitely is the ideal person to be able to translate that. So thank you very much. I hand over to you. Yep.
Thank you. Thank you. Please let me know if you can hear me well, if I need to project a little bit louder.
Okay, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. It's a great privilege. I'm excited to see that this is happening. Yes, we go way back, and it's such a joy to see how Radioxity Media is growing, the different milestones that the studio has made in the last couple of years. I like that you are able to do this with this wonderful set of students. Tomorrow, in one of our conversations, I said that Radioxity is a bridge, and you are bridging something that we will very much appreciate in the next, I say, decade, where we would not know right now what we are building, but this foundation is strong. And I'm rooting for the studio and for everybody who has made this possible. I also wanted to congratulate the guys over there. I saw a few of you huddling around tables, filming the Armature to make a film in groups. This is wonderful to see. My job here is to announce that uh, Radioxity Media Academy is happy to start this initiative, this internship, and we are inviting you, the participants, you listening to me right now, to submit projects that will be selected. I think 10 people will be selected for this project, and selected projects will win this paid internship. It's a 6-week paid internship at Radioxity studio in Lagos, right there. You will be presented with a premium size ball and socket amateur kit to get you started. What we are asking of you as you prepare to submit your project is that you create a sequence, a stop motion sequence. You tell a story. You tell a story whose idea is your own, what story you want to tell, that is up to you, something that you feel very assured about. And I should mention that of all of the requirements that I see here, the most important for me is originality, that your story is original to you. And so we're asking that you create a 30-second to not more than 1 minute, okay, not more than 60 seconds, but between 30 seconds and 1 minute. We're asking for you to submit this story, and your submission will have to be posted on social media, your account. But as you post that submission, you also have to tag Radioxity Media. And we are asking that you tag them on their Instagram account at Radioxity Media. Another step to this is to add the hashtag Radioxity Media Workshop, all right? So these are the things we're asking of you. The deadline for this submission is May 5, the 5th of May, 2026. And we are excited for the different stories that you will tell. We are excited for you to apply what you've learned and make them into something tangible, right? Something that probably kickstarts your career in stop motion, right? I'm excited for you. I'm glad that you had the opportunity to learn from these industry experts from yesterday, I believe, today as well. And there are other sets of participants who will have this opportunity to learn from folks from everywhere. Take this opportunity to tell your story, but also tell it with intent, tell it with originality. If I have missed or left anything out, Auntie Kemi, I believe you will fill in the gap for me. Thank you.
You didn't leave anything out. Fantastic. Yeah. So thank you. That definitely explains it up. But we would also like you to be able to speak to considering that many times folks consider in that the way processes are or systems are, in terms of normality, is being able to break off what is normal. I'd like you to speak to that I don't know if it's an audacity thing, but yeah, the audacity to break off of the normal to be able to, to pull off something that would make a difference. The truth about it is that, what we see now is not necessarily our limits, and I would like you to speak to that. We've had conversations, about possibilities for our industry, because one of the things I really like about, your work is how it covers so much, in terms looking at the entire system from a certain perspective. So I would, how does breaking up from the normal, from the what is usual, how does
Right.
it help,
Right.
the entire ecosystem?
Right, right. So I've followed your work. I've followed the work of many others in the animation space in Nigeria, and it's just been very humbling to see how seriously you have taken your craft, and you're doing it over there in Lakwe, that angle of Lagos. Other people are doing it in different parts of Lagos and different places in Nigeria in their different corners. But what you're all doing at the same time is creating a momentum. You're creating a momentum. It's like forces and charges that are sparkling from different corners, and they are just waiting to touch, right? And then you create this type of explosion of big intervention in the Nigerian screen media space. I also wanted this to be an opportunity for you guys listening to me to begin to see a big picture. See a big picture, that this is Radioxity not limiting itself to their own studio alone and what they want to make. This is Radioxity trying to extend the opportunity of training, of workshop to you, just so you can take it up from there and make something big and connect to bigger vision and aspiration. When you finish this training, when you make those sequence, when you are selected for that paid internship, when you hopefully join a studio as a creative, you are part of a larger ecosystem, And right now, our biggest product is Nollywood. And think about what stop motion can do for Nollywood. Begin to think about it. Think about what your character designs, the character you could design, the story you could tell, your knowledge of set design, how you tool, this detail that you're learning right now. Where does it fit in the larger scale of things? I watch a lot of Nigerian films from here, Netflix, but at the end, in the end credit section, I see a name called Akim Effect. And it gives me a picture of somebody who is not a filmmaker, but is very important to filmmaking in Nigeria. So that's where I want you to kind of plug yourself in and say, what can I do from where I'm at to to contribute to this bigger picture? And of course, you're not doing it for Nollywood alone. Like you could be in Lagos right there. You could be working with, I guess, Shadow Machine. It's possible, Always be very global in your thinking. I can speak from now till tomorrow, but I want us to keep to time. Okay.
All right. So thank you. We really appreciate you taking out of your time, because I know that you've been online for a bit of a time, just observing, and so we truly appreciate that. And yes, and thank you for the announcement. Thank you so much. We appreciate you big time, and we look forward to continuing to work together to grow the space. We're always excited, every time we're able to connect on this thing. So yeah, awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I saw mommy in the back. I say hi to her.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Bye.
Thank you. All right. Okay. Jared? Is Jared there?
I am. Hey, Esther.
Oh, yeah.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I can't see you. Oh, yes, I see you now.
You see me? Hey.
Yes.
Nice to see you.
Yes. Always, always, always so excited to see you. Okay. You have Jared's citation, do you? You have it? You have. Okay. Jared, it's I wanted to talk about sorry. Okay. I wanted to talk about how this whole thing started with you and Mark, and share with the students. Okay, yeah, I can see you now.
Okay, good.
Share with the students, what, when people extend an olive branch, what possibilities can happen just by doing that. And I remember that in 2021, yourself and Mark, you had a workshop. It was virtual. Yes, for us, and in partnership with the U.S. Embassy and AFRIF to teach us how to pitch our projects. And interestingly, that was the very first time, funny enough, I've had other trainings afterwards, but that was my very first time getting to learn how to pitch my projects, or pitch any project at all. And for me, it was the beginning of a journey I could not have imagined. I could never, not at that point, for a session that we just had, I think we had 3 hours every night for 4 days. Yes. And then we would go through the pitches. And I think on the last day, we now had to pitch the project. And that was my very first pitch deck. To imagine that I've done lots of pitch decks after that, it's interesting. But that was my very first pitch deck. And the interesting thing about that pitch deck was that it traveled the world. I pitched in so many countries, in so many places, in different festivals, with that project that we made that night, those nights.
Yeah.
And to think that, when we look at it now coming, this is how many years? This is almost
5 years ago. Yeah.
Yes, 5 years after that, how much difference extending that. And so, but I would also say that it was, apart from the fact that you did extend the olive branch, I think it's also us being able to recognize what you have done, and hold it on. And so I would like you to talk about, that, the impact of, us getting to, to extend, now before you speak, sorry, we would have to do a citation. We want to do a citation for you here so that the participants of the workshop can know who is speaking, and some of the things that you have achieved. So first, so we'll have the master of ceremony talk about you, and then you would be able to speak to, I know the critical thing that you will be talking about are the possibilities going forward, but first of all, let's do that. All right.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, can we make Gerard feel welcome, please? Let him know we appreciate his time. Gerard Mark is an American producer, writer, and creative executive, and a founding partner of Burial of Magic, a studio dedicated to developing original animated and live-action content for global family audiences. With a strong focus on storytelling, that blends imagination, technology, and emotional depth. His works span television, film, and emerging media. He is best known as the co-creator and executive producer of the Emmy Award-winning animated series Lost in Oz. Lost in Oz, not Oz. That means you're following. Produced by Amazon Studio, the series received multiple Daytime Emmy Awards, including recognition for Outstanding Children's Animated Programs, and has been praised for its innovative world building and contemporary reimagining of the words. Of the words now, of the Oz universe. Through Bureau of Magic, Gerard has developed and produced a wide range of original projects across major studio and platforms, including collaboration with Netflix, Warner Bros., Sony Pictures, Universal Pictures. His portfolio includes high-profile development works in animation, fantasy, and family entertainment, often combining strong visual storytelling with cutting-edge production techniques. Gerard's works is driven by passion for building original intellectual properties and pushing the boundaries of animation as storytelling medium. He continues to champion innovative creator and collaborates with global talents to bring ambitious cultural and resonant story to life. Ladies and gentlemen, to the world best, Gerard Mark is celebrating.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. I want to keep you around. Introduce me everywhere I go. That's incredible. Thank you so much. It's really an honor to be here joining you all in Lagos from here in Los Angeles. And I'm honored. And Esther, I want to thank you so much for inviting me to join you. I wish I could be there in person again. So yes, my name is Jared Mark. I'm an animation producer. I'm a writer, a voice director with the Bureau of Magic Studios. And as you said, we're best known for the series Lost in Oz, which is that CG reimagining of the Wizard of Oz world for a modern whole family audience. So yes, as Esther said, we met 5 years ago when Mark, my partner, and I were leading our own virtual animation workshop for this group of incredible Nigerian animators and filmmakers and artists and producers. And as you said, Esther, it was made possible through the American Film Showcase and the U.S. mission in Nigeria and AFRIF. And so Esther was one of those participants. We quickly developed this friendship and a bond, and it continued back and forth. And then 3 years ago, Mark, my partner, and I were incredibly fortunate enough to be invited back to actually come in person to Lagos, and we got to lead an in-person week-long animation producing and pitching workshop. And it was so great to finally get to meet you, Esther, and all these inspiring artists face to face and in person, and get to share meals and air and hugs and talk about the work we're doing. And since then, we've kept up that friendship. We've kept up that communication. It's been such a gift to get to know you and work with you and so many other talented people on the other side of the planet. And as you said, this is like really, I think, a testament to how vital these workshops are that you're putting together and doing. And I think often it's these relationships that are built here that are just as important, if not even more important, than the technical lessons of the day. I think they're equal. So I mentioned that I'm a producer, but I'm not an animator myself. I love to draw pictures and maybe sculpt things, but I'll draw pictures for my kids' school lunches. But that's about as far as my skill set goes. I'm in awe and in gratitude for the work that artists like you are doing. What I am good at, I hope, is story. And story to me is really the most basic but important part of all this work that we do. In my opinion, it's the most incredible action sequence in a movie, the most incredible camera work or character design. None of that will resonate with me unless it's in support of a good narrative. I've fallen asleep in a big blockbuster blow 'em up action movie because I didn't care about the characters. If I'm not invested emotionally, I'll disconnect. And on the flip side, the most low budget, handmade DIY animation, it might bring me to tears. It might move me to laughter if that story really resonates, if it's honest and if it's motivated and hits something true. So that's always my interest. Like, what makes a story resonate, right? In our writers' rooms, we talk all the time about specificity. And it sounds contradictory, but I think this idea is really important. That specificity leads to universality. The more specific a story is in terms of character, in terms of the culture, the more universal that story becomes. When a story is general, when it tries to appeal to everyone, when it's about an idea or an issue or a concept rather than a character trying to do something, then that story, it often feels phony or hollow or forced or like it's pandering to something. But a specific story resonates because we, the audience, we're identifying with, we're empathizing with the character's wants and needs and the actions that they take to go after it. We recognize ourselves in a character who wants something and then goes after it and the choices they make to do it. We recognize our own culture in the specific details of another culture that we see on screen. It's not the same, but when we experience it, it rhymes culturally with our own experience. There's that rhyming, seeing ourselves. It's a bridging of that gap. The late great film critic Roger Ebert said, the movies are like a machine that generates empathy. And I love that idea. I believe that we have this natural inclination toward empathy. I mean, there's psychopaths all over the place, right? We're seeing them on display daily. But nonetheless, I hope and I choose to believe that most people are empathetic, though we tend to focus on what divides us. I think the obstacles to connection tend to take focus, class divides, racial divides, gender divides, religious, geographic divides, borders and boundaries. These divide us, but a good story, right? A good story bores a hole right through those divides. It creates this little window into a life that we've never experienced ourselves, but we get this momentary feel. We get a momentary view into someone else's experience, a glimpse into their point of view. And when we look through that little window, right, and we see both that character and ourselves, it's like a window and a mirror at the same time, kind of like this Zoom screen. It's a window and a mirror. And so we empathize with people, right? We don't empathize with an idea. We don't empathize with a concept or a general notion. We empathize with people, with characters. And now sometimes those people in our stories, they might be anthropomorphized animals or talking cars or talking toys or something, but we feel for them as if they're people, right? With their humanity. And I think empathy is really, really necessary for this art that you're all embarking on, of making the inanimate animate, right? Putting life into the inanimate. That's what we're doing. We're putting ourselves into them. We're putting our lives into them. We're imagining how these characters think, how they feel, how they strategize, how they hide, how they reveal themselves, right? All the things that we do. But how does that work? How does that work, especially because it's a collaborative art form and it takes so many people to make an animated film, right? I mean, so many individuals, all of them with their own points of view, their own wants and needs. So how do we get 2 or 5 or 20 or 200 other individual human beings to tell one unified story, right? How do you do that? Well, that's the good stuff. That's the fun. As producers, it's our job to protect the story and to ensure that all these people focused on all their different roles, right? As Professor Oshindara just said, like all your specific skills that work together to inform the whole, right? So getting all those all of those disparate people to tell the same story. It takes a real clarity of direction, and it takes a really deep value on the importance of communication, so that everybody knows. We all know, moment to moment, why a character is doing what they're doing. For every scene, for every moment, we must answer in every scene, what is the goal? What's the obstacle? What's the outcome of that struggle between the goal and the obstacle? And then what changes because of that, right? Every scene in every story, goal, obstacle, outcome, change. And then sometimes that vision might be really clear, like right away. Yeah, it's crystal clear, everyone gets it. But sometimes it takes a lot more figuring out. And that's the part I love. I love the give and take, the collaborative back and forth, the give and take of ideas and of skill sets. Right? I love those moments when I can't figure something out, and I've got this idea, but it's the bad version of it. But let me give you the bad version, and then maybe you see the good idea that's like buried under that bad idea, and you're able to see it. And not only do you see it, but you add to it and you plus it. You make it so much better than I ever thought it could be. And so that's how we build and build, and the results become greater than the sum of its parts. You know, of course, we lionize auteurs, right? They're given heroic status in filmmaking, but and there's no question, some people work brilliantly in a solo endeavor. This is a vision, and I'm going to execute it on my own. Like, more power to you, amazing. I don't do well that way. I am much more drawn to collective work, and that's why I think I'm drawn to this industry, because for me, when the give and take is working at its best, it is as satisfying as seeing like the perfect football play or basketball play develop. You know, the perfect passing and assisting that leads to the great play. And that's exactly it. It's play. I love the notion of that play, the idea of play, it inspires or it implies this back and forth, right? Think of all the times we use that word. The play of light, the play of a game with back and forth action, a play on stage with the back and forth of dialogue, or a football play is both planned out and improvisational at the same time, right? It's collective creativity in motion for a common goal. And when that back and forth breaks down, if it's one-sided, it's no longer play. It's no longer fun. It's no longer engaging. You know, no one wants to see a football game that's a total blowout. You want to see a good back and forth. So teamwork, right? It's why I prefer working with trusted partners. It's why I'm so inspired to see this collective group gathered around these tables with those armatures. The beauty of this collaborative art, to me, is really the process of people working together, of funneling all of their energy, all their creativity, all that empathy into action, so that this audience, right, our audiences can connect with it and see themselves in it, so that we see each other in this new light. We can see ourselves in a new light. I think it's a really powerful connecting force, even if it just seems like it's cartoons, right? And so, so Esther, you asked me to give these closing remarks today, and you asked me to focus on the future. And I know that for me and for the circles I'm in, and I imagine for you too, there's a lot of fear and uncertainty about the future, and there's a lot of excitement, a lot of hope, but I have sensed some anxiety, especially around technology and AI. It seems to be the main topic of every conversation in this space. You know, how do we continue to do this incredible human collaborative art when the robots are getting better and better at doing it themselves, right? And so as our tools become stronger, as our tools become more automated, and the speed of execution continues to ramp up, I think we need to be even more focused on the specificity of story, on point of view, on the human wants and needs that drive a character. So we need to keep examining this why this story, why this design, why this movement, this facial expression, this reaction to this other character's action. How are the characters' wants and needs in conflict, and how do those choices that they make propel us forward in story? And that specificity of choice with an empathy for the inner workings of character, like that is how we illuminate humanity, even if a character isn't human. It's what makes us care. It's what makes us worry about what's going to happen next in a story. And it's what keeps us leaning forward and deeply engaged. And when we do that part well, that's when we can make a story both unique and totally universal at the same time. You know, original and yet familiar. And I'm not saying that the tech isn't amazing or useful. I mean, this tech is incredible. It's both amazing and it's useful in ways I don't think we've even seen. And I think it's a losing battle to try to fight against emerging tech. You know, it's going to come no matter whether we like it or not. And so, how do we adapt? How do we evolve? How do we take it on into our creative ecosystem and retain what makes us human? And I think we've seen this before. You know, we saw people fear the onslaught of CGI until Pixar was able to make something deeply moving and funny and human with that tech. And so, you know, these major tech advancements, that's how I'm able to even talk to you right now. And so it's made our world smaller, this tech. We can quite literally connect and converse and work and play with people on the other side of the planet, as long as we've got good Wi-Fi. And it's never been easier for us to travel the world, to reach audiences across the world, to do that. And yet at the same time, we've got these divisions, this focus on the siloing, I think, that we're getting through social media and through news. And so it can feel like we're more divided than ever. And so I think that that's the obstacle we face, right? Our goal is to connect, but we're feeling divided. And the quickest path to connection is empathetic storytelling. And I really believe in the power of that, of sharing our stories for collective good. I think it's really worthwhile. I think it helps define what it means to be alive, especially in a world that's more digital. And so I'm just so honored to like be here and talk to all of you and to see this generation of filmmakers learning this craft and putting their humanity and their skills to great use. I can't wait to see your stories and, you know, peek through those windows into your points of view and have my life enriched by your experiences. So thank you all for having me. I'm really inspired by what you're doing.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you. We couldn't have had a more beautiful roundup to our workshop here at Yabatech. You having to talk about story, because in the end, story is the most important thing. You know, us being able to have a story or a sequence that can capture audiences and engage them and then, you know, have meaning to them. It's also interesting to have heard you talk about the goal, obstacle, outcome, choice, change. You know, it's you know, I would emphasize that any day, that for whatever sequences that you're coming up with, you know, always test it through. Does it have a goal? You know, is there an obstacle? You know, because if your story doesn't have an obstacle, it's not a story. Sorry, you understand? So you have to check, does it have a goal? Does the character have a goal? Is there an obstacle? Is there an outcome? And then is there an eventual change? You know, this, you know, I remember you talking about this, you know, when you came to Nigeria in, I think, 24, you know, and yeah, it was 24, yeah.
You know, I think 23.
And, yeah, it's always good that, you know, you have something to check your stories with, because if you have a good story and imagine that it is stop motion, you know, Jared, it's unstoppable. You know, yeah, if you have a good story and it's stop motion animation, it's just crazy. Like explosive stuff, you know. So it's us. And the interesting thing about story is that you don't have to have a lot of money. You don't have to have a lot of money to have a good story. You know, you just need to be able to put in the effort, you know, and have capacity to do it. So in that, we really appreciate, you know, taking our time, you know, and yes, coming out for us and seeing the stuff that we're doing. It's big, it's huge, you know, and you're you're giving us, that platform. And so we're grateful. And yes, giving us the opportunity to also think about the storytelling angle of it is crucial. That's like setting the whole thing on fire and saying, yeah, go, that kind of thing. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
My regards to Esther.
Yes. she's around
her
here somewhere.
brother, and Rachel. Yeah.
Thank you.
Very warm regards from here. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. It's so
and
great.
Solomon, yes, I remember his name now. Yep. All right. Yeah. Bye.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yep.
Talk to you soon.
Amazing. Yep. Okay. So we're rounding up. But if you have parts of your sequences that you need to finish, I think this is the good time. It's been amazing having 2 days of this. And let's get things up and done. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ma. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ma. Okay, there's something I would like to lay emphasis on. Your individual projects. This is not a team project. For you to qualify for the internship, you need to have your individual projects, original projects, original story. 30 to 60 seconds. Post it on your Instagram page and tag us at Radioxity Media on IG. You might want to follow the page right now. On our IG page at Radioxity Media, then the hashtag is Radioxity Workshop. Is it 2026? Is there any number to it? Then the deadline is 5th of May. We have those informations, right? Are we good? Or do you want me to repeat it again? Again? Okay. So you're going to have an individual project that will qualify you for the internship. And it should be a story, an original story, animated project, of course, stop motion animation, within 30 to 60 seconds highest. 60 seconds is 1 minute. Then you post it online on IG using your own page, and you tag us at Radioxity Media using the hashtag Radioxity Workshop. And the deadline for your submission is 5th of May. So that's how the 10 people that will be selected for the 6 weeks paid internship will be selected. Radioxity Media. Okay, the hashtag. Let me confirm the hashtag. Menzo or Madam Kemi. The hashtag again. Workshop.
The hashtag is
Radioxity
Stop Motion.
Stop Motion Animation Workshop. Okay. We need to get the hashtag right. But you can follow the page now. Follow the page first so that you don't go lost. Follow the page on Instagram right now. Have you seen the page? Okay. So for the power. Okay, at the end of today we're going to take group pictures. Now I want to give out the power bank, and this is where my director comes in. And here are the power banks. There are 5 in numbers. We had an agreement, sir. Are we still going with that agreement? We have an agreement that we're going to do a teamwork. You guys have been working together since morning. You've bonded and you've united. Would like you. He said no before wear gifts there. What we had in mind was you nominate somebody amongst you. You agreed as a family. Not someone who won yesterday. Who you want us?
Hold on.
Do your family meeting.
Hello.
The hashtag is Radioxity Stop Motion Workshop. Radioxity Stop Motion Workshop. Radioxity Stop Motion Workshop. No animation inside it. That's the only thing missing.
Listen to this song. Now can you listen to the instructions? So what we are going to do is that we have 5 gifts, and fortunately we have 5 teams. So each team will give us 2 persons, and then each team will now vote 1 person, and it is that person who will give power bank to. Is it clear?
People are campaigning in their team right now.
So go and do your assignment.
People are campaigning. My guy, please, I need that power bank. The area where they stay, we know they get lights. It will help my career. Please select me. So we want to really know if you have the team spirit.
No,
and there are some things in life that you just have to let go. You should have the spirit to let go. Let my guy win. Me, I'll win tomorrow.
So where are your two?
The Ace team are ready. Ace, are you ready? Where are the 2 people you nominated?
Where are your 2 people? You nominated 1. Who is the one?
The other team. Teamwork, team spirit.
Hello, if you want to change your mind and nominate 1 person in your group, fine.
Wait, now that should be everybody's decision.
You have to stand there. Hello, who do you nominate, please?
Okay, teamwork is working.
Okay, you have done your own.
Your team nominated you?
Yes.
Or you came on your own?
No, nominated 1.
You all agree. Beautiful, I love that. 1 family, 1 love, 1 spirit.
1 person? Who is the person? You.
Who are you nominating here? Who are you nominating here for the power bank? Beautiful. Someone was rooting for you before. And I told her that let's allow it play out. He might be the one they will nominate. See that the spirit is one. So we have 1 more.
So this group. Hello, is this group?
Is this group?
Yes.
Yabatek, you've nominated, have you?
Yes, now that's the guy.
Amazing.
That's the guy.
This is team spirit. This is unity. Supporting each other. Minus Ace. Don't mind Ace
Can
people.
you make up your mind? Who? No, nominate 1 person. 1 person. You can't nominate yourself, my friend.
That's Collins,
have
right?
You agreed?
Okay.
So
lovely. I love that. To present the
it's Kemi that will come.
Madam Kemi Badamosi
and the husband.
Architect Tofarati Badamosi.
Can you come here, please?
Senior architects. Senior architect because of our bank, Abby. It means a lot to us. We appreciate it. There is no Nigerian you will give power bank that will not appreciate it. Even Minister of Power, as big as he is, you see him walking around with his power bank. Even Tinubu they use that. That's so.
So that's team what?
Ace.
Team Ace. So yeah. Can we appreciate him? Can we appreciate him? I know they will not. They need to snap. Don't be in a hurry
Someone
now.
said Power Bank is the only bank that is working in Nigeria. Access Bank they work. That's our sponsor.
Yeah, the second one. Team Rookie. Okay.
Congratulations.
Okay. Team, what is this one? Oh, Team Anime. Okay. Oh yeah.
Congratulations. Wow, wow. I love that. I love that. Same spirit. I love that.
So thank you very much.
Shining champions.
So the five should come. Hello, the 5 people should come. Hello, the 5 people should come. So let's have a photograph with the 5.
5 people, all the,
The
5
5
winners, please
should
come
come
back.
up, please. Hello, the 5 winners should come.
I feel like doing transfer again.
Okay, sorry, just.
We should remain like this. You want to do animation?
Oh, I should do that.
Selfie.
It's not easy. Almost there. Sorry. Okay. Clock it. Cheese. Thank you.
We are ready.